And we're going to the sprint straight, and it's Harty's Reflections. Look at that little run. Summer Strand second, the Southern Cross also right up there. So the under 10 girls, under 9 girls, lots of heats, lots of action now on the sprint track. Please folks, if you're standing around the sprint track, please do not lean on the fencing. Stand alongside it. Leaning on it will just buckle it, it'll collapse and you will get hurt. So no leaning on the fencing, please. So, board relay, heat number 3, being marshalled on the start line. The 11s and 12s on their lunch break, they return at 1:30. After this third heat, we go to lunch for the 13s and 14-year-old categories. Our officials in the 9s and 10s arena, they've had their lunch break, and they will now be pursuing the beach sprints. Then it's beach relays to conclude their first day. So that was Amelie van Staden of Harties having a great run in that first heat, followed on by Addison Shaw of Summerstrand and Zoe Harding of Summerstrand and Rebecca Joubert of Summerstrand being the top 4. Back to the start. Heat number 2 races for the line. Plet running hard. Plet are going to win that one from Umhlanga, from Clifton and Big Bay. Those will be your 4 going through. Just missing out there, Harty's Reflection, Fishhook and Llandudno. So the girls run to the finish and they have to return to the finish line and stand and wait for the judges to decide the placings. We're watching live heats. We'll give you the results as soon as we see it. Off goes heat number 3, the final heat of 3 for the 13s and 14s board relay. Please keep well back, competitors. Troy Brown, our marshal, needs more space in the area. The runners have to run across the beach. The tide is incoming. The wind is consistent, gusting up to 80 km. Heat number 2, well done, Callan Kivit of Plet, winning it from Natalie Spears of Umhlanga. Charlotte Hoffinger of Clifton came in 3rd, and also getting to the next round, Leah Dabrowski of Big Bay. Heat number 3 is now heading to the finish line. The good running coming from Summerstrand and Clifton closest to the water. Clifton, Summerstrand and Strand. Marlin maybe just missing out. Harty's Reflections are there, and 2 other Summerstrand girls. Well done to these youngsters. Well, that was heat number 3. The first 4 will go back to the marshalling area for their next round. And in that heat number 3, it was Gia Helsinger of Clifton first, Ella Stutterheim of Summerstrand second, her twin sister Ruby Stutterheim was third, and Hannah Watts of Strand also qualified in 4th place. Just missing the cut there, Zia November of Marlin and Raquel Supporter of Summerstrand. So, board relay, second leg, fishhook, and fishhook going 1, 2. Durban surf go 3. Plet go 4. Beach sprint heading for the line. Plet, Big Bay, Summer Strand, Kings Beach. Those are the top 3 in this one. So after the beach sprint each heat, the officials confer, we call it the huddle, and then they decide who was first, second, third, fourth. They'll give them their tag, and then they go to the recorders. After each runoff or after every event at Nipper Nationals, you scan in and you scan out. It's the new system called Live Heats. It also is a safety check, so we know how many have started and finished every event. And fishhook leave the beach to conclude the second leg changeover. And our leaders, as the gusting wind starts coming through once again, just be aware these gusts will be throughout the afternoon. You never know when they're going to come, but when they do, they are quite strong. Out at sea, you can see these board paddlers are really battling to keep the noses into the wind and keep the noses down. If it gets any stronger, we'll see some of the boards lifting up. And it looks like we'll soon have a result, and as they start scanning. And in heat number 4, it's Lexi Torluta of Big Bay who will go through, with Eva Hall of Plet in second. In third place, Taylor van Riel of Llandudno, and Bria Ahmed of Llandudno placed fourth. Just missing the cut there, Emma Cullis of Llandudno and Emily Buchner of Kings Beach. As the board paddlers hit the beach now at the end of the second leg, it's fishhook going 1 and 2. Onto their knees across the deeper channel. Back to the beach sprint. Away they go, our starter Marlon Lakay getting them underway, and it's fishhook, it's Clifton out in front, Clifton from fishhook, and this near side, oh, it's going to be close. All 4 girls hit the blind at the same time. Those Harty's reflections in there, Seagulls, Durban Surf, Kings Beach and Llandudno. We'll wait for that result as more board paddlers come in, and it's still fishhook going 1 and 2, Plet in 3. In this, the third and final board relay heat. That was the final heat for the under 10 girls beach sprint. That was the 5th and final heat. 4 going through from each round. Summer Strand having a strong run across the beach, looking for the top 10. Out at sea, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams already paddling. 4th place is Llandudno, 5th is Summer Strand, 6 is Milnerton, 7 is Plet, 8 is Summer Strand, 9 is Clifton, 10 is Clifton, 11 is Fishhook, 12 is Clifton, 13 is Big Bay. So the leaders now turn the can. This wind is getting whipped off the waves, and we await the huddle and the result for Heat 5, Junior Girls, the Under 10 Beach Sprint. And the leading contenders are making their way back in this, the third and final leg of the third and final board relay heat before their lunch break. Let's make sure all the boards on the beach are upside down and secure from this gusting wind. And it's Plet who've gone into the lead. Oh, she's finishing. No. So it's Blaze Bestel of Clifton winning that beach sprint heat from Caro Bishop of Fishhook. Anna Silva of Durban Surf was third. As Plet come through to win their board relay heat. Plet first, Fishhook second and third. And fourth was Catherine Allen of Kings Beach. They'll be the four going through to the next round. Just missing the cut was Nazim Alexander of Seagulls, the club that patrols one of the blue flag beaches here in Nelson Mandela Bay, just to the south of us, and that's at Humewood Beach. One of our host clubs, Seagulls, they've been running the pool events. Yeah. Durban Surf coming through to qualify for the next round in the board relay. And also Llandudno making it through into the top 10. And a bit of a wave for these three
Hello, you beautiful people. Now, summer holidays are finally here, and we at DHL Lifesaving SA wanted to remind you of a few water safety tips so that you can enjoy the very best summer. It's really important to always swim between the red and yellow lifeguard flags. The location of the flags changes every day, and the lifeguards assess the ocean to find the safest place for you to swim. These flags help you avoid dangerous areas such as rocks and rip currents. Here are some signals that a lifeguard might use. This means move over to your left or right. This means get out of the water. And this white flag with a black shark means there's a shark in the water. If you get into trouble, don't panic. Simply wave your hand above your head to get a lifeguard's attention, and they will immediately run into the water to assist you. Knowing how to use these hand signals will help keep you safe in the water this summer.
to stay, I'm here to stay. If the love I bring isn't happening, isn't happening. And if you see what I can bring, then I will give you everything. My thoughts are spun, and I'm on the run, I'm on the run. The love I bring isn't happening, isn't happening. My thoughts have spun, and I'm on the run, I'm on the run. The love I bring isn't happening, isn't happening.
We are standing here on Kings Beach and scenes of the opening ceremony for the 2023 DHL National Nipper Championships on the beach. Just look at that site. That is almost 1,000 kids from under 9, 10, under 11, under 12, under 13, under 14, ready to take on 3 days of competition here in the ocean. The Nipper competition for South African Lifesaving is the #1 water safety program in the world. Kids from all ages learning about water safety, taking those lessons back home, taking those lessons back to their schools, taking those lessons back to their friends. If there's ever been a contribution to water safety in the world and in South Africa, it is the Nipper program, and Lifesaving South Africa takes this very seriously. It's a lot of fun, and the kids have a lot of fun, and they learn the best lessons. But ultimately the goal here is about water safety, and just look at the scenes in the sites. This is the opening ceremony. It's a lot of fun. They walk on, they've got their banner, they've got all their club songs, there's a march on song, and then the competition starts. It's day one, it's going to be awesome. Stay tuned for all the action. and there has been a morning full of action here at the 2023 DHL National Championships. It's a blustery day. The wind has come through offshore in a big way, and these kids have had to work exceptionally hard. Behind me now are the scenes of the under 9s and 10s competing in their sprint heats, and hopefully we can bring you some of those races a little bit later. They're doing their heats now under 9s and 10s, and this morning we've already had a number of finals happening here. This is day one of the championships. We've got 3 days to go. So day one of the championships, 6 age groups, under 9s and under 10s, under 11s, under 12s, under 13s, under 14s, 3 different arenas. And I think there's about 8 individual events per arena, and then they have the relay events. So there's plenty of action here to look forward to. What I'd like to leave you with now, this morning we had a number of bodyboard finals, and we filmed those, we commentated on them, and why don't you enjoy watching those bodyboard finals, how they unfolded. There was some exciting racing there. You'll see how these girls and these boys fought against the conditions, how they competed against each other, and ultimately finished the race. So let's go and see what happened this morning while we were waiting for this live stream to kick off. 32 athletes here in this final. They're going to be contesting for the medals for the SA Championships in the under-11 girls bodyboard. Strong offshore wind for these girls. They are being called to the line right now, and in a minute we're going to see if we can grab some of their faces before they start this race. Here we go. This is the under-11 girls bodyboard final. Here are the faces of our competitors, nervous, excited, ready to start this race. They are shortly going to be going under starters orders. We're just going to get the final images here before they start their race and get underway here for this event. They are on the line, ready to go. They're under starters orders. Okay. Our under-11 girls are on the line. They are ready to go. This is a final. This is for a national title and for medals and for points for your club. The conditions have really turned quite difficult for these girls. The wind is strong offshore. It's blowing hard up against those waves. It's going to be extremely difficult to catch a wave. They're going to fly out to the cans with a massive tailwind. I can see some of these girls are looking quite nervous. But in a moment, this action is going to unfold, and we're going to see how these girls do in this bodyboard final. Right away they go, clean start by our starter, great start by him, running hard into the water. They're going to have to navigate that pothole section as we saw. Look at some of the girls already tripping and falling. A beautiful start there in the middle by Umhlanga Rocks. Onto the sandbank they go, marine bunny hopping, and Fishhook in the middle. Umhlanga Rocks picks up their boogie board and starts bunny hopping across. A big wave standing up here for our girls. They are now body hopping into that impact zone section. A big foamy jumping over the top, getting pushed back, the whole lot of them. It looks like a strong start by Fishhook and Umhlanga Rocks. Fishhook and Umhlanga Rocks started by them. Here comes a wave. Will we see the same thing happen to these girls that we saw happen to the boys, where they got held up by a massive wave, just pushing them back? Paddling, first to paddle there on the right is Marine. That'll be either Lucy Harker or Ruby Dreyer. And right next to them, Sarah Mocker from Fishhook. So right now it's Marine and Fishhook in the lead, followed by Summer Strand, your early leaders here in the under-11 girls bodyboard final. They are just absolutely flying out to the cans right now. I can tell you right now that the wind is pushing them out there. It looks like at this stage Marine has got a narrow lead on Fishhook with Summer Strand on Fishhook's feet. Fishhook now moving across onto Marine's feet and trying to hang in. This is going to be a big push for the finish line. There's actually quite a long bodyboard race this. They've put those cans quite deep. They are about to hit the first turn can. Hitting the first swim can first is Marine. Marine got about a body length on Fishhook. Fishhook is first. Marine is first. Fishhook is second, and they are busy opening up a handy lead. Summer Strand, Umhlanga Rocks, and another Summer Strand cap are in third and fourth. Now moving their way across the back stretch. They're almost moving into the almost graveyard section of this race, where they are going to have to navigate the waves and the sandbank. We saw how those positions changed right at the end there. The boys getting across the sandbank. Some boys losing their positions. Other boys gaining a position. Right, Fishhook has now taken the lead. Fishhook's taken the lead from Marine. A big push for the line here from Fishhook. Marine and Fishhook side by side, pushing and kicking, pushing and kicking. Summer Strand's catching up, and will a wave change the position here? Who knows? They're looking back, looking for a wave. They are pushing hard into the wind. Now it's all about the power arms. Here comes a bit of a swell. There's nothing in this race, absolutely nothing in this race. Pushing hard, pushing hard, pushing hard. Fishhook and Marine, Summer Strand coming up. There is no clear winner here at this stage. The ocean goes flat. They're fighting the wind. Very soon they can start to get off and porpoise the bunny hop. Hopefully they don't get off too soon. If you get off too soon, it's going to be too deep. You're going to lose a meter. Nothing's happening here, but here comes a wave. Here comes a wave. Our top three girls might think they get the better of it. Hopefully they push themselves down the front of it. Will they catch this wave? Up goes the rating, up goes the arms. It looks like Fishhook just not getting it. Marine just not getting it. Now they're in a bunny hop section here. They could start getting up and bunny hopping. Marine is bunny hopping. Fishhook is bunny hopping. Fishhook's pushing hard for the line. Marine's pushing hard for the line. Fishhook takes the lead now. Here comes Fishhook. Here comes Fishhook. Bunny hopping across the sandbank section into the potholes. Now she is carefully going across the potholes. Marine is catching. Here comes Summer Strand. Marine's catching. Fishhook is catching. Fishhook is up and running. Here comes Fishhook. Fishhook's going to take the gold medal under 11 girls bodyboard. Marine is going to take a second place there. Hard fought paddle there, and Summer Strand's going to take the third place. Here comes Mshlonga Rocks. Almost got that wave. And now we are fighting for points here. Big Bay coming across the line. Summer Strand coming across the line. Look at the waves coming through here onto the sandbank. Some of these kids are going to get some extra points here. Harty's Reflections from Mshlonga Rocks, navigating the potholes. Beautiful waves here for some of the girls. What a hard-fought race that was. Well, what an exciting race here in under 11 girls bodyboard final. It was hard fought. These girls started hard. They got pushed out to the back by the wind, and then coming back to the beach, it took them ages as they was fighting this wind, and then finally a wave or two, almost mixing things up there. Confirmation of the victory there. Winning that race from Fishhook was Sarah Mocker, and in second place, Lucy Harker from Marine. In third place from Summer Strand, Maya de Villiers. It was close racing, nothing in it. These girls can all be proud of their results. Your top five, Bianca Salmon from Mshlonga Rocks and Hannah van Heerden. All the action is unfolding here at the 2023 DHL National Nipper Lifesaving Champs. Behind me, we have got a final. We're going to bring this final to you. We're recording it now, but we're going to see what happens in this final. This is the under 11 boys boogie board final. There's 30 of them on the line. It's a big final. There's a strong offshore wind. Let's take a walk down and see the faces of these nippers. Wait for the camera there, boys. These guys are excited, ready to go. They are now going to have to make their way out around the cans. Around the cans, and there is a strong offshore wind blowing. It is very, very strong, and it's hard work for these nippers. You're going to see the front of their boogie boards getting pushed up. They're going to try and get that down. It's very hard to catch a wave because the wave is blowing up, the wind is blowing up off the face of the wave. It's going to be a hard final. It's one of the hardest events for these nippers, and it's the first final, well, the first under 11, under 12 final of the day. So let's see the action. Boys, bodyboard final is on the line, about to go. They're under starters orders. Well, it looks like a false start there by Monaghan. They're under, technically that should be a disqualification, but there's some leniency being shown here by the starter. They're not allowed to do a false start. And right now we're going to start, the officials will start calling them off the line. If they do that again, they are not allowed a false start. It's a ruthless, ruthless thing. Right, away they go. The under 11 boys bodyboard final. Into the water they go. The first obstacle that they're going to face here is a pothole section. You can see something will fall, but they're all going to be bunny hopping. Then they go over to the shallow sandbank. They'll pick up those boogie boards and start running again. All of them bunny hopping now. There they go. Now they're going to start going into the impact zone, and that wave is going to hold a whole lot of them, keep them in a line together. Right. One of them is paddling the bay. He's across the sandbank. Plettenberg Bay on his feet, and those are your two early leaders right now are Plettenberg Bay and Plettenberg Bay. Clifton on the left-hand side. Fishhook on his left. They are your early leaders in this boogie board final, heading out to the tourniquet. This wind is pushing them out to the back. They are getting help from that wind, and that is going to help them out there. Here comes a wave. The middle of the punch is going to get hit by this wave here. Going to have to turtle roll, and oh, Summer Strand just getting pulled back by that one. Losing his boogie board. That was ruthless. Him and Fishhook get hit hard by that wave. The rest of them have made it through. Landudno's lost his boogie board. Another wave for Fishhook and Summer Strand. Unfortunately, let's go with the boogie board. Don't know if that was the right decision, but three of our boys now getting mauled by these waves. Fishhook and Summer Strand on, and Landudno coming back. But back to the lead. Back in the front. It looks like it is Landudno. Summer Strand's in there and Fishhook's in there. Those are your early leaders here in the boogie board final. Right, so on the back stretch now. We're on the back stretch here of the boogie board race. And a early leader, strong paddling there by the club from Plettenberg Bay. Behind him, Clifton pushing hard. Look at the legs go. They are trying to push those boogie boards into the wind. The kicking is absolutely crucial here for making that boogie board go final, making that boogie board go forward. They're going to turn the last turn can now and start heading into the finish line. Will a wave change the results here? You can see these waves coming in, rolling into the beach. It's one sandbank, it's a one break. Pushing hard into the wind now. Maintaining a narrow little lead here is this youngster on the boogie board. Clifton on his tail, trying to catch up. Looking back now for a wave, trying to see if there's some assistance coming from the back there for him. He's on his way in. This is the final of the under 11 bodyboard race. And just behind the wave zone now is our early leader. He's from Marine. Marine has taken the lead here. Marine is now coming into the wave zone. They are pushing hard, trying to get that boogie board to go forward. Marine is going. Marine has got a slender little lead here. Good racing here by this Marine cap. Looks back for a wave. A wave could change the results here. He's in the sandbank section now. Here comes a little wave. If he catches this wave, he'll seal the deal in this boogie board race. Clifton sees his opportunity. Clifton picks up hard, doesn't get it. Marine goes for it. Marine catches the wave. Marine is going to get a gold medal here in the under 11 boys bodyboard final. That's going to seal the deal for him. What a race by this Marine youngster. That looks like great racing by him. An excellent race. Bunny hopping across the sandbank. He's going to pick up his boogie board now, drags it across the beach. Great racing by this young man. Led it from the cans to the beach. And now for your silver and bronze medals. 2 medals, 4 nippers. Clifton, Fishhook, Summer Strand, and Plettenberg Bay. They got to get right across the sandbank. They're going to start bunny hopping. Fishhook, what a run, what a paddle by him. He does the best of it. Clifton and Fishhook. Here comes Fishhook. Fishhook better run hard if he wants a medal. Plettenberg Bay does a slot thing there, and Fishhook grabs a bronze medal. Summer Strand 4th. Clifton in 5th. Just out of the medals there. What a race. Well, great racing there by under 11 boogie boarders. Now I just want to get some scenes. Still racing hard. They're racing for their club. Points are up for grabs here. Points up for grabs for these boys. Great waves by some of our nippers. Look at this wave coming in here. Will he catch it? He's got to pedal his way down the front. Doesn't get it. Great there. 2 Fishhook boys grabbing that wave. 3 of them. Now it's about club pride. They're racing hard across the line. This is the final. They're going to get final positions here. They can brag to their friends at the end of the day. All the way from start to finish, they get a position. They're racing for positions here. Here comes Fishhook, 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 and Kings Beach, your host club. Marine and Summerstrand is going to tie off your final. That was your first under 11 boogie board final, the boys. Let's go see what happens in the girls. Right, here we go. This is the under 12 boys bodyboard final. This is their last year in the under 12 category. These boys know what it means to push a bodyboard around the cans. They've worked hard, they've trained hard, and they are ready to crack on here for points, for titles. They are under starters orders. Our starter has given them the rules of the start, given them the route that they're going to follow. They're going to follow the same route as the under 11 boys and girls. They're under starters orders. Let's see how this race unfolds. Away they go, and the first obstacle is the potholes. They just skim across that. They're going to start body hopping across. It's the safest way across is bunny hopping the potholes. Durban Surf in the middle there. A great start with Fishhook on his right-hand side. Those are your 2 early leaders, I can tell you right now, with absolutely intentional bunny hopping from them. The ocean goes flat. It looks like they might get a bit of a gap in the break here as they navigate that sandbank. Durban Surf is paddling. Fishhook is paddling. On their right, Umhlanga Rocks is paddling. Your top 3 currently. Durban Surf, Fishhook, Umhlanga Rocks. Summerstrand on the left. This race is not over yet. Look at the whole field now coming across to behind the leaders, trying to get into somebody's feet, trying to get the advantage. A wave coming up here. Our back markers might get caught. It's a big one, but it looks like most of them are safe. They just make it over the top. Well done, boys. All of them are out. And now they are heading to the swim cans. Let's see who gets there first. Well, heading into the first turn can now. Seems like Durban Surf is making the most of that bunny hop that he had across the sandbank. And no, Durban Surf, and trying to pick up that cap. It might be a Plettenberg Bay cap. Those are your 2 leaders, and they are miles ahead of the rest of the field. They have really opened up a handy lead, and it's definitely going to be for the gold medal between these 2.
Fighting against the wind out there. I'm sure there's a bit of a wind blowing current as well, and there's Plet and Durban Surf. They are kicking hard. The positions there, but it sounds like it's Plettenberg Bay and Durban Surf. So right now, that Plettenberg Bay cap has got a narrow little lead on Durban Surf. Durban Surf on his feet, trying to hold on to his feet. He comes across, the wind pushing them back. Look at how these boys are being pushed back by this wind. You know, for them, they're all growing up. They're big, they're heavy. They're trying to push this piece of foam forward. You got to really kick hard. You got to really kick hard to get this thing going forward. Look at some of those boys kicking. You can just see the white water behind their feet as they are pushing themselves forward, driving themselves forward, and trying to get that boogie board down, the nose down, and moving forward. A bit of a wave picking up here. This might decide if the result. Well, have they got enough power and enough kicking to get down the front of it? I don't think they're going to get this. No, they don't get it. The wind is too strong. It pushes you up the face. And now another wave coming through. Will some of the back markers get it? No. This is going to pick up our winners. The one who picks this up and rides this the furthest is going to win. Durban Surf is up. Plet is up. They both come down the front. They give each other a look. It is a dare. I can't imagine that they're speaking right now. But this is for a gold medal. Looking, sizing each other up. Who's going to get off first? Who's going to bunny hop first?
Pletter's up. He's pushing hard across the sandbank. Here come the potholes. Here come the potholes. Plettenberg Bay, Durban Surf. Plettenberg Bay is running hard for the line. Durban Surf's got legs. Durban Surf's got legs. Durban Surf's going to take it on the line from Plettenberg Bay. What a finish there. That is a very, very close finish. Well done to those two boys. That was a great finish by them. Third place looks like it's going to go the way of Big Bay. Big Bay picks up a bit of a wave here to just open up his lead. He's now in the pothole section. Here comes Big Bay. Third place is going to go the way of Big Bay here. And a big bunch now for the points, because this is points for your club. Big Bay drops his board, and now he comes. Here comes Summerstrand, another Big Bay cap, another Big Bay cap. Summerstrand is there, Mullerton is there, Umhlanga Rocks is there. Summerstrand, Plettenberg Bay, East London, Durban Surf. Still they keep coming in. 30 of these athletes have done the heats. This is the final. Well, what an exciting final that was. Right, we are now standing here with the under 12 girls bodyboard final. This is the last year for these girls on bodyboards, and they have been doing this for 4 years now. And here they are, the last time they're going to race a bodyboard at the SA Champs, the under 12s. There's a strong offshore wind for these girls. We saw how the under 11s battled. It looks like some waves are coming through. They are on the start line and they are ready to go, rearing to go, looking very, very excited. A lot of smiles there. They're a bit more comfortable, a bit more relaxed than the younger girls were, the younger age groups. They are just waiting for the safety officers to get positioned, and then they're going to start the race. Here comes our starter. He's going to give them the rules and then put them under starters' orders. They are under starters' orders. Now everyone's on edge. Adrenaline is pumping. Endorphins are going. Right, a clean start by our starter, Mr. Andrew Crook. Into the water they go. The pothole section awaits across the pothole. Some of them tripping and falling. Good bunny hopping by Summerstrand on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, Fishhook. Good bunny hopping by her. Looks across to Summerstrand. See who her competition is. Fishhook in the middle. So Summerstrand, Fishhook, and Fishhook across the sandbank now. Here come some waves. This is going to mix things up or over, under or over. They decide to go over. They get pushed back. The whole lot of them are on a straight line again. A big gust of wind coming through. Summerstrand is paddling. Fishhook is paddling. Fishhook is paddling. Those are your early leaders, but there's nothing in it. They're in one line here. I can see Summerstrand in there as well. 2 Summerstrands and 2 Fishhooks in this race, heading out to the first turn can. Look at the wind just whipping up the surface of the water there. Absolutely pushing these girls out at a rate of knots, and I mean that literally. And nothing in it. It looks like Fishhook and Summerstrand are shoulder to shoulder and side by side. So they're about to hit the first turn can. About to hit the first turn can are our leaders here, and the under 12 girls bodyboard. Right, from left to right around the can is what they want to do. And going first around the can is Summerstrand, followed by Fishhook. Now we saw in the earlier races how the Marine girl was in the lead in the under 11 race, and how a wave changed that position. So will the same thing happen here? Because right now Summerstrand is in the lead and Fishhook is coming in second as we head into the first turn can. Let's see how this action unfolds. I'm going to try and pick up our competitors here. Summerstrand has got a handy lead now, coming into the impact zone. Once again, you can see those legs working, see those arms working. Well, they had waves at the start, but they've got no waves for the finish. Summerstrand has got a clear lead here. And honestly, I got to tell you that I think that she's going to win this race. Of course, anything can happen. We've seen that time and time and time again in the world of surf sports, the world of lifesaving, how that result changes at the last minute. She still has to navigate the impact zone, then there's the sandbank, and then there's the pothole section. Still 3 obstacles remain between her and the finish line. And can you believe it that there's a wave coming? Can you believe it, out of nowhere? Fishhook might get a wave here, get a bit of a push. If Summer Strand gets this wave, she's going to seal the deal. If she gets this wave, she's going to push her way down. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Summer Strand makes the most of her lead, and she is going to win the gold medal here. But at the back, another wave coming through. Can this Fisher girl pick it up? She drops off the back, but the second place is going to seal the deal. Yes, she does. So Summer Strand is going to take the win here. Cleverly surfing that wave over the potholes. She gets up and runs, and in the end, a comfortable victory for Summer Strand and a comfortable second place for Fishhook. Over the potholes, here comes Fishhook. Second place for Fishhook, and look at the wave for third place. Third place gets an amazing wave. Also, smartly going to surf that foamy across the pothole section. And a comfortable third place here for Fishhook. Fishhook takes third place. What a great medal. And now it's about points. Here come a whole bunch of them. Big Bay is going to take a fourth place, but Fishhook wants to deny her. Big Bay is running. Fishhook says, no, I want the fourth place. I would like to take it, but Big Bay takes it. And here comes Fishhook for fifth. Well, as we watch the closing scenes here of the under-12 girls bodyboard race, what exciting racing there. Summer Strand in the end taking quite an easy victory, and Fishhook in second and third. What a race by these brave under-12 girls.
Youngsters could have fallen for fourth place. That was a photo finish. Well done, youngsters. Great running. Then we'll move to the girls under 9 semi-finals. 2 of them. Top 4 going through.
Right, Stanford, so I'm down on the water's edge here, and we're about to kick off here with the first semi-final of the board relay for the under 14s. There are 3 people in this team. You can see them here behind me, and all of them race their boards around the board cans, back onto the beach. They have to sprint across the beach, tag their next athlete, and then off they go. The first person in this board race is obviously quite critical. It's like a board race, and they then race out around the cans. They want to try and get a bit of an advantage for their second paddler. The second paddler needs to solidify that position, and then you want your last paddler to anchor that race. So this is the first of 2 semi-finals. It's our senior age group. They want to do well in this event, and I've got to tell you that Fishhook and Llandudno really want this title, both of them. So this is going to be some exciting board relay racing. Fishhook are the defending champions. Let's watch the action as it unfolds.
Semi-final number 1 for the board. As they settle down, we go to the start of semi-final number 2. After Elliot Bernstein won it for Llandudno, the first semi, winning it from Keegan Shapiro of Kings Beach, Stephen Swichelaar of Marlin, and Nils Leroux of Clifton. They go through to the final. Here go our junior girls now, the under-9s in their first semi-final. And it's a close one. It's Summerstrand and Plett coming through with a strong finish. Plett, Summerstrand and Llandudno, it looked like, out at sea.
Well, Stan, I'm trying to pick up on the back there what's happening in this board. It looks like someone's missed the can. Someone has missed the can. They're trying to get their board around it. Well done by, it looks like there was a Umhlanga Rocks cap that successfully managed to get their board back around. This race now being led by Fishhook and Durban Surf on the outside. Clifton is in there as well, and Summerstrand. This is a semi-final, and they're only going to take 8 boards or 8 teams through to the final. So it is important, if you can get a big lead in the first leg, that you can solidify your position here so you can book your spot in the final. Right, up on their knees is Fishhook. Fishhook on their knees, Durban Surf on their knees. Right on their tail, Summerstrand, and then it's Clifton. What can you see from the tower there, Stanford?
Well, from the tower, it looks like Fishhook are going for a little runner. They're getting a few meters, but now he turns. He sees that there's a big field bearing down on him. He's putting those shoulders to work. They're coming into the wave zone. This is the first leg. And they are now into the little channel. They'll paddle themselves right onto the beach. And then they'll sprint across to tag their second paddler, the first semi-final for the junior board relay. Bishop onto the beach and running. Here comes away. Four boards catching up the 2. It's a bit chaotic down there. Summerstrand in second. Llandudno in third. Durban Surf 4 and 5. Fishhook challenging. They're in 6. And Big Bay 7.
Well, Stanford, you can see the board handlers there down at the edge of the water. They got their hands full as they try and get those boards out of the way of the competitors still coming through. Fishhook with a very, very handy lead. This is, most of this team are the defending champions of last year. One of the members from last year has gone up to junior lifesaving, but 2 of these paddlers were in the team last year that won this title, so they would like to defend that title. And right now, it looks like Fishhook are the early pace setters going into the first turn can with at least another 7 boards behind them. So there's nothing in it here to make the final, Stanford.
Yes, and our leaders moving up to the turn can. We're quickly going to switch to the beach for the second semi-final of the under 10 girls beach sprint. They're coming under starters orders. It was Ella Stutterheim winning first semi from Taylor van Riel of Llandudno, Ruby Stutterheim of Summerstrand, and Ava Hall of Plett. Interesting range in sizes of those 4. And second semi-final comes under starters orders.
Oh, Stanford, I'm going to carry on talking just to see if our plan with the commentary has worked and they can still do the starts of the sprints while we commentate. Fishhook has now increased their lead, and look at that powerful stroke from the Fishhook paddler. That's the number 2, and that is the kind of guy that you want to just solidify the lead that you've got. Behind him, though, it is a real bun fight to see who gets into positions 2 to 8. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boards there in contention. If a wave comes through, anything can change, Stanford, in this race. Fishhook is still in the lead. It looks like Clifton second and Summerstrand third. And here comes a wave that can mix up the positions.
This will certainly affect the positions. We've got Fishhook now getting onto the beach. We've got Summerstrand and Clifton both on the next wave, both controlling their boards. Not easy with this headwind as they come onto the beach, but Fishhook now running across the beach with strong strides. We've got Clifton and Summerstrand onto the beach now. They leave their board behind. They know they've got to give it their all. It's a semi. The waves can change everything, but it's Fishhook now leaving the beach. Summerstrand about to pick up their board or tag their board paddler. Clifton is third, and the dice on for the minor placings at the moment look like Big Bay coming from the behind. They're going to move themselves into 4th spot. 5th is Durban Surf, 6th is Llandudno, 7th is Durban Surf, and 8th is Umhlanga. These are the teams that are well clear, almost assured of a place in the final if they just maintain their current status. But out in front, our leader is being hunted down by Summerstrand and Clifton.
Umhlanga Rocks putting herself under pressure there because here comes a wave. Look at how things can change so quickly in the surf lifesaving. Umhlanga Rocks with a solid 8th place there, and a wave has come through. Fishhook is now back into contention if they do a good transition. If Clifton does a good transition, they'll be back into contention. A strong transition from Umhlanga Rocks. Tags his paddler, trying to pick up his paddler. Tags his paddler. Off she goes, but Fishhook is right behind. This is going to be a race down to the line here. Fishhook going into the line. A strong transition, and Fishhook now goes into 8th position. Past Umhlanga, but Clifton is right behind. Anything can happen in a semi-final, especially in surf lifesaving.
Well, David, they're coming up past the safety officers. Fishhook have a clear lead. They will certainly be getting themselves into the next round. Look at the way the spray comes off the nose of the Mandela board, and these youngsters are having to work hard into this fresh westerly wind. Fishhook approaching the wave zone. He turns, sees there's nothing much there for him. Summerstrand is in second. Clifton in third. Durban Surf turn in fourth. They head back to the beach. We'll go to the beach front start.
Here comes first place in the board relay semi. Comfortably paddling. We're going to see many of these athletes in action in just a moment in the Iron Nipper finals. You see the board handler there picking up the board, trying to get the board out of the way of the next paddlers. And this field has now really been stretched out, and I'm going to blame the wind for that. Stanford really just stretching out this field. From a quick, hard start, it's been a pretty comfortable win here for the Fishhook team, the defending champions from last year. Don't know if I mentioned that. And right now, second place Summerstrand, third place Clifton. Those are your top three. Fishhook and Clifton are now dicing for that 8th spot. So if anyone is watching a race or wants to see the action is here in the semi-final. 7th position 8 is up for grabs between Fishhook and Clifton.
So Summerstrand booking their slot into the next round. Clifton are there in third. 4th and 5th, Durban Surf and Llandudno. 6th and 7th will be hitting the beach together. That will be Big Bay and Durban Surf. And one more slot available. Could be Pirates at this stage, because Fishhook just get blown off that wave, and Pirates fighting for all they're worth to stay on.
Well, Stanford looks like Fishhook. Spot in the board relay final.
But we are awaiting the result of the first semi-final of that Mandela Boys Beach. We had some close result there. The Hadley place, and call out Mr. Mahoney on the beach. Come and see us at the tower. Mr. Mahoney. Come and see us at the tower. You might have something if you require.
Well, if you're joining us on the live stream, seeing the team now are the beach. This is the important arena that we can see on the live stream TV now. Some aerial footage of Port Elizabeth, and we'll get back to action shortly.
that earlier semi-final in the girls under 10 female. We had Gia Singer Lipton winning it from Amelia from start of parties. Lexi Turlet was third, and Anderson Shaw of Summerstrand came fourth.
We are on King's Beach, the 2023 DHL National Championships. On your screen now, the screen just about on the right hand side. We can watch as the under 10 beach sprints are progressing through for the boys. And on the left-hand side, we can see marching for the second semi-final of the board relay. So next up, we are going to watch the board relay for the under 13 and 14s. Two semis. One semi is just gone. We're going to watch the second semi-final. We are looking for 8 teams to go through. Our team managers running around, scuffling around, trying to get their teams organized. They've all been drawn into positions. I must tell you that from a relay point of view, the turn flag in a relay is always in the middle of the start line. And if you are drawn to the left of that turn flag, you have a big advantage in your transition because your person running across the beach coming to tag you doesn't have to slow down that much. They can just keep running past the flag and come and find you. So the de facto best position to be if you're in a relay coming around the turn flag is to be on the left hand side of the start line. Your person's going to tag you and off you can go. But if you are positioned on the right hand side of the start line, your relay member has to come around the flag. They almost have to stop dead, do a 180-degree turn, and they have to come back to find you on the other side of the start line. So you can really, if you are positioned at a different place, you can really get an advantage on the relay changeover.
Okay, we've got semi-final number 2 coming up, under 9 men's boys beach sprint. Semi-final number 2 in the first semi was Zach Marnie winning it from Benjamin Bellandini of Umhlanga. Alexander McCown of Llandudno was third, and Mark Vickers of Big Bay ran 4. So now we go to the start of the second semi-final, under 9 boys beach sprint. Second semi-final, heading for the line. It's a big semi. Out in front, it's Fishhook. Fishhook go 1-2, and it looked like Marlon and Plett might be going through to the next round. We'll wait for the officials to determine those positions. That was second semi of the under-9 boys beach sprint. All of them running for the first time here at Nipper Nationals, running before a cheering crowd. Well done, youngsters. They're showing some good speed across the sand, the golden sand of Kings Beach. So we'll pick up those results from live heats as they become available. And second semi-final board relay under starters' orders. Away they go.
Final of the under 14 board relay. It's a mixed board relay, and away they go. They are into a short break, and a whole lot of them on the right hand side getting a great start. But here comes a wave. This wave is going to hold them up. They need to get their nose up and over on the right hand side, just plowing into that white water, getting pushed back and left of him making it through the white water, through the waves, and right now Fishhook has got a narrow lead on Fishhook and Marine with Fishhook on their tail. So good start there by Fishhook as they head towards the board cans in the second semi-final of the board relay. Fishhook holding the lead and about to head into the first turn can. Your first paddler is like a board race for them. They've all started together, and this is like a board race. The lead here is narrow, and the way that you make back a lead is obviously by trying to paddle someone down or catch them, otherwise a wave. But very important in a relay is the transitions. Stanford at the back. Fisher got a lead, but now been caught.
Oh, Marine have had a good paddle, they had a good turn. They were on the inside, they're on the inside again. And Marine are challenging, Marine and Fishhook. This is early days still, it's a team of three, and they're now into the wind. And we will see them fighting, that you can see the spray just coming up in their faces. The Fishhook competitor up on his knees, getting some maximum strength into the water.
Well, that is a good paddle there by the competitor from Marine. Catching and passing the Fisher competitor now going into the wave zone. In turn, they are being caught up by the other Fisher competitor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sort of in the lead there, but they are a good bunch then right behind. Coming into the short break now, Marine leads Fishhook from Fishhook with a bit of a wave building up.
Yep, the sea's gone a little bit flat for them, but it's a Marine that's done all the hard work. Long way to go still, but Marine now coming onto the beach. There's no waves for them at the moment. They've got to paddle all the way onto the beach. And now finally a little bit of a short break. Marine going to stand up and head across the beach in the lead. That's Marine, followed by Fishhook. And then Fishhook get caught by another Fishhook competitor. So it's Marine lead, Fishhook second, Fishhook third, Fishhook fourth, Fishhook fifth. Great strength from the Fishhook club in the board paddling. Ladadno is sixth.
Now you watch that transition. Off screen now, the beach sprint semi-final.
And the beach sprint semi, it's Kings Beach out in front. Kings Beach go 1-2. Clifton and then the Marine. That first heat we saw.
Well, Stanford, chaos here in the second leg of the beach relay, a board relay. As a whole, about 4 competitors reached their turn flag all at the same time. We'll see if we can get a replay of that, because that was quite chaotic, and you could see how a transition can really change things up. Marine, a clean transition for Marine has put them into a clear first place. And behind them, Landadno and Fishhook and Fishhook are trying to stick together. I don't know how so many Fishhook teams ended up in this semi-final. Some Australians there, and right now it's between Plet and Big Bay for that 8th and final spot into the final. This leg 2 of the board relay semi-final. Look at Marine coming around. They've got a comfortable lead now, Stanford.
Yes, Marine showing that they'll be the team to watch in the final. That's coming up later this afternoon. But the dice now on for those 2nd, 3rd and 4th placings. They're all clubbies. They'll probably train together, so they'll just be making sure they maintain their places in the top 8. But Marine's coming with a great board paddle to maintain their lead, and in fact they've built
Look at that wave coming up at the back. Look at that wave.
There's certainly a nice wave coming. The rescue duck just tips down the back of it. Our leader from Marine sees the wave. They're working hard. It looks like it's going to be steep enough for them to get onto. They do. They're on it. They're back on their knees. Pull the nose up into the air. And Marine coming through. That justification for all the hard work they've done out on the round the cans. And they're having the easy ride back onto the beach. Then they'll sprint across to hand over to the 3rd and final board paddler. Here comes Marine. This is a semi, so they are certainly one of the teams to watch in the final round.
Well, a beautiful wave there for Marine as he solidifies his position. Fishhook, Landadno and Fishhook are second, third, fourth, and fifth. And here come the top three, the rest of the 8 on a wave perhaps. This might just seal the deal for the top 8 team, Stanford. Look at that beautiful wave there for Umhlanga, Summerstrand, and Fishhook. Off screen now, another semi-final in the beach sprints.
And heading for the line, it's Plett and Durban Surf. Look at these youngsters go. Durban Surf, Plett, Durban Surf, and Umhlanga Rocks.
Stanford will get to the results of those beach sprints shortly. We'll just wait for this board relay to finish, and then we can just see how the results of the semi-finals went, because there's a race and a half on the go here now. Marine in the lead, Fishhook second, Plett is third. Look at that transition from Plett. A strong transition from Plett put them into third place. Fishhook on their tail. Marine is now heading into that first turn can with a clear lead, and they have booked their spot in the semi-final. The wind pushing them out, but when we have them coming back into the beach, you just need to take note of how they are working against that wind to get back to the beach. Fishhook in a clear second. Plett in third and fourth and fifth. Let's watch as this action unfolds on screen in the board relay.
That was the last of the semi-finals on the sprint track, and now it's 4 finals in the beach sprint for our under 9s and 10s. Then they'll move into the beach relays. Out at sea, our marine team are still way out in front. In fact, they're virtually increasing their stroke with every arm movement through the water. Marine are going to settle or score an easy win in this, the second semi-final.
Well, the race really here is to see who gets into 8th place. And I can tell you right now, this is the last of the 3 paddlers, and anything can still happen. Marine is safe. I think they are definitely going to make it through. He's going to stroke onto a little wave here, but behind him, there's a race on. Plettenberg Bay and Fishhook pushing hard for the beach. Fishhook trying to catch up to them. In turn, Llandudno is next to him on his right-hand side, and on their right-hand side, another Fishhook cap. Marine coming into the beach now. Here comes Marine to claim their spot in the final of the board relay. Comfortable run across the beach for Marine, and let's see who's going to make it into the final here in the other positions.
Well done, Marine. A great paddle there and a great team effort. They win the second semi-final. Second and third place will go to Plett and Fishhook.
Right, so crossing the line now, Plettenberg Bay and Fishhook going into the final. We've got 3, 4 will be Fishhook, 5 will be Llandudno, 6 will be Fishhook, 7 will be Fishhook. And I think that Summerstrand is going to book the final spot there in the final of the board relay. We'll leave you now with closing scenes of the board relay as we move on to the under 9s and 10s. They're starting the finals of their beach sprints. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are around the sprint track, go to the sprint track and catch some of the finals of the under 9s and 10s beach sprint.
Right, David, and first up on the sprint track, it's the under 10 boys beach sprint finale. Drawn closest to the water, Elliot Bernstein of Llandudno. Alongside him, Nils Leroux of Clifton, Keegan Shapiro of Kings Beach, Callum Rotbol of East London, Tristan van der Heever of Big Bay, Stephen Swickelaar of Marlin, and Ahidi Magotsi, Clifton, and closest to the tents, Quaid Stradum of Marine. That's the next, or the first of our finals, the under 10 boys beach sprint, now about to come under starters orders.
spot, and I'm on the run, I'm on the run. But the life I bring isn't happening, isn't happening.
They've gone through, they went through quarterfinals, they went through semi-finals, and they are now on the final at the start line of the 2023 Iron Nipper final. They are under starters orders. They are going to start with a swim and head into the board race. Clean start there for the Iron Nippers, and they're going to start off with a swim. It's a very, very important swim. They go straight into some deep water, 1 or 2 bunny hops and porpoise dives, and they'll be swimming. We saw some great swimming earlier by Samuel Mocker from Fishhook and Liam Stevenson. They are your run, swim, run, first and second. Here comes a wave stand. They're going to dive down to the sand, see if they can jump off the top, and this surf swim is now in full swing, and it is not a short one, Stanford.
This is going to be a difficult swim on the way back from the swim cans. It's certainly Plet doing the early swimming and leading. They're lining up on the swim can. They've got to keep their wits about them. The spray is all over, but Plet lead from Fishhook at the early stages.
Stanford, I'm going to try and pick them up here with my binoculars, but you probably got a better view from up there. But it looks like a narrow lead going the way of Plettenberg Bay with Fishhook on his feet. A great swim here by Plettenberg Bay, Stanford. It looks like from the beach side with Fishhook on their feet. And this is a very, very long swim. They're going to have to swim hard. They're going to be tired when they get to the finish. And now, about halfway out to the swim cans is our Iron Nipper field. They're going the wrong way, it looks like. Looks like our Plet swimmer is going towards a safety officer. Once again, those safety officers putting our swimmers off. They're now going to have to change direction and go off to the left-hand side. That's paid off well for Fishhook. Fishhook has now taken the lead, it looks like.
Yes, Plet were going to the wrong marker. It was the safety officer who looked like a boy. And now they hit their first turn can. Right shoulder. And it's still Plet though. They lost some ground to Fishhook, but Plet still lead as they go past that safety officer. And Fishhook is still chasing. They're closing.
Well, Stanford now swimming across the back straight. Plettenberg Bay takes back the lead. Fishhook is on his shoulder. This is a head-to-head race because let me tell you, we have not spoken about third place yet.
And
third place currently is Summer Strand. So that's your top 3. Plettenberg Bay, Fishhook and Summer Strand. They've got about 2 body lengths on Summer Strand. And is there another Plet cap and Fishhook cap there? But your top 3 now. Turn for and head for home. Stanford, what can you see from the tower?
Well, from up here we can see that the top 3 are bunching up. Summer Strand's coming with a strong swim. Plet is still leading though. Fishhook on their left shoulder. But now Fishhook have changed. They're on the Plet's right shoulder. Fishhook and Summer Strand are going past Plet. Plet maybe went a little bit too hard too soon. Plet is now changing direction. They're heading in towards the DHL tower. And Plet have changed direction, the whole team, or all of them are going a bit at 6s and 7s alongside each other, Fishhook and Summer Strand. They're looking at each other, they're both breathing and looking at each other with Plet on the right-hand side. Plet lost a little bit of direction. Now they're correcting, but they've lost about 2-3 meters. Summer Strand is also now in 4th position. The team is spreading out. They've got to hit the beach around the green flag down to collect their board. This is the under-49 Nipper of 2023, and Summer Strand's coming with a strong swim.
How about that swim from Summer Strand, Stanford? That is an incredible swim from that young man. Coming from 3rd, powering past Plettenberg Bay and Fishhook, and the ocean goes flat as they hit the sandbank. This is now a Ironman race of note because there's nothing in it. Summerstrand on the feet of Plet, nothing in it, as four of them are probably going to hit the beach together. Summerstrand has got the slight edge here, and they're going to start porpoise diving soon, and your transition is going to be absolutely critical here. A good transition onto your board, into the water, into a board paddle is going to work out for you here. Summerstrand a narrow lead, into the transition, Stanford.
Well, folks, these youngsters have had a very tough surf swim. Let's help them across the beach.
What a
Bishop
body
get up
surf.
first, Summerstrand second, Plet in third, Summerstrand in four. Let's cheer them as they come across the beach to collect their Malibu boards, and then it's a board paddle to gain a medal. So it's Fishhook, Summerstrand, Plet, and Summerstrand, the top four. Well clear of Marine in five, Summerstrand in six, Durban Surf in seven, Kings Beach in eight, Fishhook in nine, and Marine closing out the top 10 at the moment.
Stanford, you can see what a strong transition can do for your race. A hard run across the beach, a good body surf, a hard run across the beach, and straight into the board paddle. But now I can see that lactic acid is starting to build up here. A hard run across the beach and onto the board. He's looking back, he's trying to see who's behind him, and this race is not over yet, Stanford, because Plettenberg Bay is pushing hard to get onto the tail of Fishhook. That's Samuel Mocker in the lead, and that's Liam Stevenson behind him. Liam Stevenson has now got his sights set on the tail of Samuel Mocker's board. He wants to get onto the back there, he wants to get the free ride, and he wants to be in contention for a wave at the finish. Behind them, it is Summerstrand trying to hang on to the tail of Plettenberg Bay. If someone can just try and pick up for me who that Summerstrand athlete is. He had an incredible swim there. It was great to see. I think that might be the Papa's boy. A great swim for him. But this Ironman race is far from over. It has been so close the whole way through. A hard transition for all of them. Now we come down to the final stages of this race. Stanford, what can you see at the turn cans?
Well, David, as they turn and head for home, your son Samuel Mocker is now leading, but he's got Plet right on his tail. That could be Liam Stevenson. Summerstrand's also closing. And these top three, they've got a little bit of swell that's come past. If they're thinking about the ocean, they'll know another swell will be there in a couple of seconds. And here they come. That was quite a strong gust of wind that came through. These youngsters are really in control of their boards, paddling strongly. Samuel Mocker heading into the wave zone. And then it's the final sprint to the line. Folks, let's be prepared to cheer these youngsters on. The middle positions are still in contention. It's Fishhook lead, Plet lead, Summerstrand, and in fourth spot is Fishhook, fifth is Summerstrand. But out in front, it is still a great paddle here coming from Fishhook, and Plet just are not letting him go. Plet still in contention, and Summerstrand also fighting hard. Here comes another gust that's really giving them some hard work to do. And the Fishhook are going to hit the beach first. Can Plet run up onto them? Here comes a wave for Summerstrand and for Fishhook. Those two are going to close right up to the leaders. Yeah. Here comes the sprint for the gold medal. Samuel Mocker turns the flag and he's got the gold medal. Here comes Plet and the medals are going to go down. Samuel Mocker wins, Plet second, Fishhook third, and Summerstrand have to settle for fourth.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was an incredible race there in the under 14 Iron Nipper. We saw such close racing. A little wave, little push onto the beach just gave Samuel Mocker from Fishhook the edge there. Liam Stevenson from Plet, a brave race for second place. And what a finish there by Riley Clark from Fishhook, just coming past Summerstrand there at the end to claim the bronze medal. We're going to see if we can catch up with our winners now and get their impressions of the race. Stanford.
And the official result of that under 49 Nipper. Samuel Mocker of Fishhook wins the gold medal. Liam Stevenson of Plet wins the silver. And Leon Dupper of Summerstrand wins the bronze medal. They were first, second and third. Well done, youngsters.
Stanford, I'm just going to grab an interview here with our winners.
Riley Clark. Fourth was Leon Dupper of Summerstrand, as we have a beach sprint heading for the line. But fifth place, Nicholas Pretorius of Summerstrand. And sixth was Henry Harker of Marine, as looks like Kings Beach hit the line first in the under 99 girls beach sprint.
I'm just here with the finishers, our podium finishers, and when I get the impression of the race, come in here, guys. Let's get an interview with you boys. Come behind me here, guys. Come behind me here. Right, I'm going to start with Liam. Liam, tell me a strong swim, a strong start there from you. Tell us about the swim, and then there was a strong swim from, who was that, from Summer Strand, and then a big transition. You had to get back onto Sam's board tail. Tell us about that race.
Yeah, so the swim was extremely hard, trying to catch. I got caught a little bit near the end there, and the board was tough trying to catch Sam there, and he out-paddled me, and he won fair and square.
Right, Sam, the surf swim for you was a big one, and tell us about Summer Strand coming past you there, coming into the beach, and then that little body surf that you got onto the beach.
Yeah, so I mean, I thought it was just Liam in front of me, then this random oak suddenly came on my side. I thought I only had to deal with Liam, then this guy came. So I had to body surf, got a nice wave onto the beach, then I had a huge transition to try to get ahead of these two, so I could get ahead on the board.
And then coming into the finish, it was still quite close. Tell us about that run across the beach.
Yeah, so I mean, I was ahead by the cans, but Liam caught up right onto my tail. So by the time I got to the beach, I had like half a board length on him. And I gave it like everything I had from the second cans there into the wind, stuff going in your eyes, and it's tough. And I didn't get away, but I had to pedal all the way in. So it was hard.
Well done. Great race there from Sam. And then just an incredible third place, Riley. You were hanging in there in the swim, and then it's such an amazing board paddle. Tell us about your third place.
Yeah, so beforehand of the race, I definitely thought that the board would be my strongest leg. And going into the swim, actually, I had a great start, about third, and I was next to these guys. But unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to keep that position, so dropped back into about 8th. And then the board, I just gave it my all, and it helped in the end.
Well, amazing race. Well done, guys. Great race between the three of you. Sure, you got many years of competing amongst each other. All the best. We're now going to move on to the next final, which is going to be the under 14 girls Iron Lady final. They're busy marshalling as we speak. Here's some, leave you with some highlights, and then we're going to get on to the under 14 girls Iron Lady final.
Thanks, David. And on the beach, the under 19 boys beach sprint championship, a great gold medal for Marlon through Amir Samsudin winning the under 9 boys beach sprint, followed on by Levi Abrahams of Fishhook, Zach Marnie of Southern Cross. In 4th spot was Benjamin Pellandini of Umhlonga, Alexander McKeown of Llandudno was 5th, Luke Mockay of Durban Surf was 6th, Mark Vickers of Big Bay 7th, and Ted Roberts of Clifton placed 8th. The under 9 girls also had a very strong run. These little youngsters almost getting blown down the circuit and across the finishing line. They are small little girls, and they certainly had a great race. All of them competing here for the first time, and they was Emma Randall.
Kings Beach, sand blowing everywhere. We can just about have sand for lunch. It is hard racing here, and behind me is the under 14 girls iron nipper final. They've had to progress through semis to make it through this final. This is the last year of racing, and we are looking ahead to an incredible race here in the ladies iron nipper final. They are going to go into starters order soon, and then we're going to bring you the race live commentary from the tower. So let's see this race as it unfolds, and this is going to be a race of note here for under 14s.
And the 9s and 10s beach relay up next. Under 14 girls iron nipper under starters orders. Oh no.
Well, Stanford, the under 14 girls iron nipper final. Looks like we had someone almost miss their start.
Well done,
They've
Bruce.
just
Well done,
made it
Bruce.
back onto the line. Right, so the under starters orders, and away they go. The surf swim we saw there, Stanford, absolutely incredible to see what a difference that made in the boys' race. Will we see the same thing happening in the girls' race? An early lead now being taken by Summer Strand. She's swimming already. She could be porpoise diving, but this wave, they're going to have to dive down to the sand and push off the bottom. This is the surf swim, the first leg of the under 14 girls iron nipper.
And almost hard luck there on Plet. She put her hand down. She could see her board was going to start washing, and she was almost false started. Great that Bruce Roberts saw that, reinstated her. All 18, all 16 are out on the water, and we'll try and pick up who's going to chase after Summer Strand, who got the early lead in the swim.
Well, there we can see our athletes are busy swimming out to the first turn can. There you can pretty much throw a king-size duvet over the lots of them. The whole lot of them are together. Look at the chop on the water. There's a big wind blowing, and it is really churning up the surface of the water. This swim is long.
And it's a long swim, and there's 16 competitors. Maria King of Umhlanga, Sarah Loans of Llandudno, Kaylee Becker of Fishhook, Eva Moody-Cliff of Llandudno, Emma Neertling of Plet, Ilsla Cook of Fishhook, Grace Mulder of Durban Surf, Lisa de Villiers of Summer Strand, Zoe Stein of Harty's Reflection, Sophia Jackson of Plet, Zia Peterson of Clifton, Grace Pina of Clifton, Rachel de Sosa of Umhlanga, Josie Blaine of Llandudno, and Hannah Burke of Big Bay.
Well, right now it's Lisa de Villiers. She is setting the pace here with Emma Neertling of Plettenberg Bay on her feet. Lisa de Villiers turns the can first. Emma Neertling right there with her. And right behind them is the Big Bay cap of Hannah Burke. But look at that Stan, struggling with this chop. If you breathe to the right like Hannah Burke does, you're going to get that chop into your face. And look on her left-hand side. It's the Clifton cap. Not too sure which one of those Clifton competitors there are, but it is one of the Clifton competitors on her left-hand side. I think that's either Zia Peterson or Rachel D'Souza or Grace Pinar. They turn the last turn can, and this is where the hard work starts. Hopefully they've now picked up their landmarks and are heading home.
And Plet have swum themselves into the lead. Plet and Summer Strand. Plet and Summer
Lisa de Villiers
Strand.
still in the lead. Now Plettenberg Bay is going off to the right-hand side, her left-hand side, possibly opening up the door for the Hannah Burke from Big Bay. No, Hannah Burke is now onto the feet of Emma Neertling and Clifton coming up on the outside. There are now 4 girls in a line heading towards the beach, Stanford, and this race has only just begun.
And Big Bay are coming with a strong swim as well. It's still Plet and Summer Strand. They look like they're battling to see which way to go. And Plet have gone left, then they've gone right, then they've gone right again to go towards Summer Strand. But Summer Strand have a slight edge, but it's only half a meter. Plet have got someone coming up on their right and on their left. On their left, it's the Big Bay competitor who's not giving up. They want to go past Plet. That's out in front. It's a slight lead now for Summer Strand. They've got to hit the beach and around the marker and then down to collect the board. Here they come, ladies and gents. The under 14 Iron Nipper title of 2023. These are Iron ladies swimming in virtually a gale force westerly wind. They're doing exceptionally well. And on the right-hand side, as you look out at them, a big swim coming from Clifton.
Here comes a wave, Stanford. Lisa de Villiers is in a prime position here to increase the slight lead that she has. If she picks up a kick right now, well, this is going to work out well for Hannah Burke if she gets it. No, she doesn't. Emma Nettling falls off the back. And Lisa de Villiers also misses the wave. There was a prime opportunity there for Emma Nettling from Plet, although it did push her right up to Lisa. And now they are into the porpoise zone. This is going to be a big transition here. A little bit too early to get up. Porpoise dives, gets herself going and opens up a meter. Let's watch the transition here. A good transition here we saw from the boys can make a big difference. Lisa de Villiers, Summer Strand, up and running. Right behind her, emanating from Plettenberg Bay. And that's Clifton. Trying to pick up who that athlete is. Maybe someone can help us out who's in third place there. And it's Hannah Burke from Big Bay in fourth place. Look at this transition. All the boards have now washed to one side. They're going to have to try and find their board.
Summer Strand turn first, pick up their board. Plet is in second.
Watch this glide, watch this transition onto the water.
Clifton in third, Big Bay in 4. Umhlanga Rocks will be in 5.
If Emma Nettling wants to get a sniff at this gold medal, she's going to have to get on to Lisa de Villiers' tail there. This wave is not going to help.
So 5 on the water. 6 is Fishhook, 7 is Harties, 8 is Clifton. 9 is Llandudno, 10 is Llandudno, but the medal's out on the ocean at the moment. And out in front, it's Lisa de Villiers of Summer Strand heading out to the can.
It seems like she's broken the elastic, Stanford. She has really opened up here on this board paddle. She looks like she's a very strong board paddler, those legs working. What you'll see is all the top 3 girls and fourth there. Look at how those legs are working. It's very much like running. If you get a good high arm action that simulates what your legs are going to do, and the same on a board. They're working those legs. It's in unison with their arm stroke, and that's giving them momentum and push forward. It's helping them reach forward on their arm stroke. And right now, Clifton is overtaking Plettenberg Bay for a silver medal. They've caught up to their tail. Plettenberg Bay better slot in on the sidewash here and try and hang in there for a wave for the finish.
Well, Summer Strand turned first. Clifton will be turning second. Plet are in danger because they've got to hold that little wash. And then there's Big Bay is lurking. They want a medal. They're onto the turn now, and it's a tight turn. Plet actually have recovered somewhat. They've gone back ahead of Clifton. Out in front, it's Summer Strand just opening up with every stroke, every pull through on the board.
What a paddle there from Lisa de Villiers.
A great board paddle, David, as Summer Strand head back first. Look at the dice for second. They right alongside each other. They're not saying hello to each other. They are competing for a silver medal.
Well, Clifton got the inside line there, and that's going to work out well for her. Trying to get the board around there right next to each other. I don't know if they can even get a stroke in. Now they are pushing hard into it, and these girls have all lain down the entire course. I think that's probably a right decision, especially coming back into the wind here, although you can generate quite a bit of power on your knees. Lisa de Villiers now coming into the wave zone. Ladies and gentlemen, spectators, gather around because she is very close to being crowned the 2023 Under-14 Female Iron Nipper Champion. She is just about in the wave zone. A wave, it's going to be unlikely for this position to change for first place. However, we've seen stranger things happen, Stanford. What's happening there?
Well, Summer Strand have had a great board paddle. They're securing gold, but the medal positions behind her are still open. Here's the wave for Lisa de Villiers. This will bring her onto the beach for a gold medal. Under-49 Nipper. Lisa de Villiers on the wave, onto the beach she comes, and then the Clifton have gone past Plet.
Here comes Lisa de Villiers.
Here comes your champion. Put your heads together, ladies and gentlemen, for the local girl, Lisa van Heerden, coming through to win gold for Summer Strand.
Well, the middle
Then look at
positions
the
are in
wave
trouble
for
here.
three.
They were solid second and third, and now it looks like Umhlanga Rocks, Landadno, and Hannah Burke from Big Bay up. Umhlanga Rocks up and running. That was brilliant from them. They're going to secure a silver medal here with a great dismount and a transition. And now the race is on here for third place. Plettenberg Bay going to try and hang on Ehrenberg for third place. Emma Nettling, Hannah Burke coming in for fourth. What a run there.
Landadno run 5 and Clifton run 6.
Fortunate therefore. What a wave. That's how the medal positions can change. I'm going to try and catch up with our winners. What's happening in the rest of the race? Stanford.
Well, Clifton were going from 2nd to 6th in the wave zone. And Landadno come through. I think this is position 7. And closing out the points is Durban Surf in position 8. Just missing out on points, Harties and Plet, Fishhook and Landadno. Well done, girls. You all deserve a medal. You've all competed in difficult conditions. And let's give all our competitors a big round of applause in the under 49 Nipper. Well done to all of them. They're all back on the beach and running through to the finish line. So officially it's Lisa de Villiers of Summer Strand winning it for Maria King of Umhlanga, who came from 4th to 2nd. Emma Neertling of Plet maintained her 3rd position. Hannah Burke of Big Bay had to be settled happy with 4th. Eva Moodicliff of Landadno was 5th. And Grace Pinar went from 2nd to 6th in that melee on the wave, and she was from Clifton. 7th was Josie Blaine of Landadno. 8th was Grace Holloway Mulder of Durban Surf. 9th, Zoe Stain of Harties. And 10th was Isla Cook of Fishhook. Right, we're needing some batons in the sprint track for the beach relay. If one of our organizing team can just make sure we have batons taken to the beach relay that's now being marshaled in the 9s and 10s arena for the beach relay. Marshalling now. Oh, we welcome to the tower the CEO of Sascoc, Nazipo Jafta, who also lives in Gqeberha, formerly known as Port Elizabeth, but all part of Nelson Mandela Bay. Welcome, Nazipo. We hope you enjoy your windy time here with us in the DHL Tower. Day 1 of the DHL Nipper Nationals of 2023.
If the under 14 female top 3, please, back to the finish line. Lisa, Maria, and Emma. Lisa, Maria, and Emma, if you can come to the finish line, please. Lisa, Maria, and Emma to the finish line, please. Sure, I'll do that. Well, action continues here on Kings Beach. We got beach sprint heats on the go in the sprint final, but right now, here is a replay of our eye nipper. We saw there was almost a false start at the beginning. We called them back. She was just holding her board, and a clean start there for our winners. We saw an early lead taken here by Lisa de Villiers from Summer Strand. She had an incredible swim, a great swim by her to hit the swim cans first, with Emma Neertling from Plet right on her feet. Around the turn can, a strong swim by Summer Strand. They were opened up. Hannah Burke from Big Bay was in there along with Emma Neetling, and all of them swimming together. Grace Pinar really had a great swim, and you got to feel for Grace Pinar, who had when look at that body surf by Grace Pinar, almost catching right up to the front. You got to feel for her right at the end there. Lisa de Villiers, a good transition from her, put her into a very strong lead into the board. Wait for me. Lisa de Villiers going into the water, and an incredible board paddle by Lisa de Villiers. Coming around the finish, we called the win there for Lisa. See how she just increased her lead.
And David, off goes the lineup in the under 13 boys iron nipper. There are 16 competitors, and we'll let them settle down before we start talking who's in the lead, because the early lead is Durban Surf and Fishhook on the left-hand side. In that lineup, we have Ben Harper of Fishhook, Evan Neft of Fishhook, James Barber of Summerstrand, Jamie Thomason of Clifton, Troy Steer of Clifton, Nicholas Taylor of Durban Surf, Matt Vosloo of Marine, Jake Singh of Fishhook, Jan Lucas van der Westhuizen from Big Bay, Louis Ludick of Llandudno, William Neal of Llandudno, Callum Loftus of Summerstrand, Max Burrows of Summerstrand, Ben Groenewald of Plet, Jared Cole of Fishhook, Kaito Tui of Clifton, and Jake Farron Cotton of Llandudno.
Well, we saw a great start there, clean start. Unfortunately, not able to get some shots of them as they started. But right now, here are some scenes of the under 13 male under nipper. This is their second last year in nippers, and our under 13s are now on their way out to the swim can. It looks like from this angle a great swim by Durban Surf into the first turn can. I'm going to say that's Nicholas Taylor from Durban Surf. Nicholas Taylor from Durban Surf is having a hard time there from Summerstrand. Either Callum Loftus or Max Burrows or James Barber. We saw some great swimming from James Barber earlier. Nick Taylor from Durban Surf taking the lead from Summerstrand. James Barber on his shoulder and now heading across the back straight into the last swim can. They are opening up on second, on third and fourth place quite significantly with a strong swim. And we saw Stanford how a strong swim can help you going into your board paddle.
Yes, and it's Durban Surfer hit the first can, and they're heading back to the beach now. Just a note, folks, on the beach, if you want to go and look at the under 12 flags finales, they're about to start. The boys and girls under 12 flags finals now starting at the back of the beach. As Durban Surf head back towards us.
Well, watch the poor Summerstrand guy on the left-hand side.
In second on their left.
Poor Summerstrand competitor on the left-hand side was going the wrong way. Had to correct. He had a great swim coming around the can. But back into fourth, Nick Taylor from Durban Surf now really opening up, showing his class. Look at his eyes struggling into this wind. This wind is just blowing straight up into their face. It is almost impossible to see where you're going. He's picked the right line though and swimming strongly back to the beach. Now opening up. Let's see if his board paddling is going to follow his swimming. Summerstrand now, going to say that's Loftus from Summerstrand, or James Barber on his right-hand side, has almost dropped back 2 or 3 meters. And from Fishhook, Ben Harper is now starting to close that gap. A strong swim there from Ben Harper in third place. But our lead at the moment is Durban Surf, Nick Taylor.
Durban Surf lead from Summerstrand, and then it's Fishhook, and then it's Summerstrand, and then another Durban Surf coming in. Here comes the wave for our second place competitor. Can he close the gap on the leader? He can't. He gets blown off it. And it's Durban Surf going for the wave. They get lots of practice at North Beach, Durban. But he lifts his head up. Now he's wading and porpoising through the little gully. Summerstrand's in second.
Almost a wave to the beach there. Just picking up his up in the wrong time. That is in third place now. That is Jared Cole can be able to pick up a wave here. Is this for third place? Is he going to pick him right up to second? A beautiful body surf there. Put his head down, catching right up to second place. That is what a body surf can do for you. Jared Cole from Fishhook, now from third into a solid second. And we know this boy can paddleboard. So right now, Nicholas Taylor is going to try and maximize on his lead, but he has got some strong competitors behind him. A beautiful body surf there from Fishhook. Jared Cole right up to James Barber from Summerstrand. Picks up his board. Durban surf into the water now. And look at this transition. A strong transition here from Fishhook. He's going to push hard now to try and get onto his tail. Stanford.
This is all going to go down to the finish line again. We got the top three out there. Callum Loftus of Summerstrand.
Look at the wave, look at the wave.
And there's a big wave there, and it's going
to... That's bad news for
Fishhook.
Fishhook. He should have rolled that. He should have rolled that because Durban Surf went straight through and that hard work. But he can still catch up. He's a strong board paddler. Nick Taylor now has got a big lead here in the board, the final leg of this under-13 iron nipper.
And the Durban Surf lead, Summerstrand are catching up to Fishhook. They've got to build up their momentum. They lost all their momentum. Now they've got to get going again. He's up on his knees. He knows that he's got to get there and turn and try and close the gap once again. There's a big gap between third and fourth. Fourth is now Landudno. They're coming with a good board paddle. And now coming onto the turn, it's...
Look how Durban Surf, he is really trying to stay ahead. He's looking back, but that gap is closing. And time is running out. He knows that this title is almost his, but Fishhook is on the hunt. Fishhook is on the hunt here, and so is Summerstrand. The two of them together trying to close down the gap. Look at his legs working. He's pushing, he's kicking, he's pushing, he's kicking, trying to close that gap, trying to keep that gap open. Coming around the last can and now heading for home into the impact zone, Stanford.
And Durban Surf now, I see the finish line. The rate has picked up, the wind is there, but they are giving it 120%. Fishhook go up onto the knees. Young Loftus is on his tummy, like trying to reduce the wind drag. And out in front, Nicholas Taylor is doing it all for Durban Surf at the moment. There's a swell coming up behind him. He might have seen it. They're working hard. He wants to get it onto it. They're coming up to the sandbar. Nick Taylor of the Durban Surf. Oh, he's just going to lose that one. Fishhook are on the hunt. Summerstrand trying to hang on.
This race is not over, Stanford.
To keep up on them. Landudno coming with a great board paddle. Here's the way for Summerstrand.
This race is not over, Stanford. Look at this.
To Fishhook.
Look at this.
Summerstrand. They're going to kill. They just miss it. But now Fishhook can catch up to the leader. And he's
this
got
is
the
going to
board
be a run across the beach, Stanford.
This will be the sprint.
A beautiful wave. This is going to be a run across the beach, Stanford. Fishhook is up and running. Durban Surf just stumbles there. Fishhook, a beautiful wave. Jared Cole from Fishhook. What a way to finish a race. Never giving up. Coming hard across the beach, Stanford. Durban Surf, a well-fought battle. But the wave coming from the back, coming from the clouds, was Jared Cole. Excellent race by him. Nick Taylor in second.
And in third position, we'll have, I think this is Callum Loftus of Summerstrand coming through in the third place. So our champion there, Jared Cole of Fishhook, Nicholas Taylor of Durban Surf in second, James Barber it was of Summerstrand in third, and Spearthwaite for Nicholas Taylor, the leader, and all the way till the final little wave onto the beach. And Jared Cole knowing how to handle the windy conditions. Fourth place went to Jake Singh of Fishhook, and in fifth position we have
race of note, guys, from the tower, from the beach. Just incredible watching the racing. You had a great swim to start, and just tell me about how that ended up for you.
Well, I started off strong, but obviously when I turned around the can, the wind was strong and I couldn't keep up with Nicholas.
So Nicholas, our early leader, what an incredible swim by you. The guys were trying to stick us down, you kept fighting, and you had a great swim and a great lead into the board. And then tell me, obviously there was that wave just as you left the beach, you just managed to make over there. What were you thinking at that stage?
Well, in the run swim run, the same thing sort of happened where I just haven't had the best luck coming in and I've missed the set. And then these two guys keep getting the lucky wave.
Well, let me say, I mean, that's just life-saving for you, and a great race by you, Nick, to you know, you took it to them. And Jared, tell me, going into the board paddle, you had a great transition there, and then that wave came through. What were you thinking then?
Yeah, I just got hit by that wave, and then I was like, I caught up to Nicholas, and then he just like disappeared. I got hit by that wave, and he just snuck under the face, and I was kind of like, I just had to chase.
Now tell me, coming into the finish, I mean, out of nowhere a little swell comes. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, I was just checking behind, waiting for that wave, and luckily it came. And then I was like hoping that Summer Strand would get it, and then he just fell off the back. And then I saw Nicholas, and I didn't even know if I'd catch him coming down that wave, and I just got him.
Well, guys, let me tell you, for all three of you, I know a little bit of disappointment for you, elation for you, but that was great racing all the way through. You guys never gave up. You gave it your all, and that's all you can be. That's all we can ask for you. So well done, guys, on a great race. And there's going to be many more races like that in the future. I can tell you that much. So that was your under 13 boys Iron Nipper champions. I think we have got our under 14 girls as well that we can interview. Alright, so just waiting for these. It's Emma, it's Maria, and Lisa. Okay, so Lisa, tell us about your race. You had a fantastic swim, a little bit wobbly on the way in, but tell us about that and your transition into the board paddle.
Yeah, I kind of caught the wave there, and then I just ran in and got my board, and then I just paddled all the way in, so as fast as I can. So yeah.
And tell me about, I mean, it was a big battle in the surf swim. The two of you going hammer and tongs. You were hanging in there. Then you were coming up the side. Then I kind of opened up a little bit. Tell us about then going into that board paddle and especially the finish.
I think going into it was very stressful because I was really tired from the swim, and then ending up with the big wave, and then there was 3 other people on the wave, so it was very stressful if I was going to come 3rd or 5th. So I just threw my board and I ran as fast as I could to try and place. Yeah.
And then absolutely incredible, I mean, obviously a wave for you. You kept your cool, and your dismount was phenomenal to grab almost a 2nd place, but a definite 3rd place. Tell us about how that felt for you and what was going through your mind at that point of the race.
Yeah, well, I'm not a swimmer, I'm more of a board paddle, so when I got in the water 5th, I was like, I was aiming for a 3rd, and that wave just helped me so much, and dismounts are like something that I work really hard on, so it was really cool to see that.
Well, we could totally see that. And your podium in the under 14 girls, Iron Nipper girls, that was your last Iron Nipper final. So we're going to see you next year at the Lifesaving Champs. You've got many years of competing against each other, so all the best. Well done, an amazing race. Right, so that was your under 14 Iron Nipper finalists. We didn't catch up with them earlier, and now we did, so that was great. And I've got to tell you, I'm tasting Kings Beach sand here. The wind is just pumping here through the beach. It's in my ears, it's in my eyes, it's in my hair. It's an exfoliation session of note. We are now going to the under 13 girls Iron Nipper final. Let's go and catch up with that action. I'm going to walk over there and see what's happening.
It's under 12 boys continue. They're almost down to the medals. In position number 5 is going to be decided in the next runoff.
On the starters' orders, they're on the line, they're ready to go, and they're going to start off with a swim. If the under 13 boys are they need to go by, this is going to be an exciting race.
Under 13 girls, Iron Lady heading out to sea. Lily Mae Craig of Plet, Tegan Hudson of Fishhook, Lucy Turon of Clifton, Katrina Horn of Pirates, Hugh Camilla of East London, Riziki Makotsi of Clifton, Nina Forslew of Clifton, Olivia Cairns of Umhlonga, Karis Bloom of Clifton, Francesca Preen of Llandudno, Ariana Clutie Hopkins, and then we have Mia Kroch of Fishhook, Hannah Denecker of Plet, Casey Brewer of Big Bay, Sadie Lou Cubido of Milnerton, and Katja Bova Olsen from Fishhook, Mimi McCown of Llandudno, and Sienna Goos of Summer Strand. That's the lineup. The 16 under 13s heading out in their surf swim, first leg of the Iron Nipper.
The 10 can. Summer Strand has just picked it up and are opening up their lead considerably from Plettenberg Bay. So, gotta say that our Summer Strand girl is taking this race to them. She's opened up a strong lead, and that is really going to help her in the board pedal. Plettenberg Bay now struggling to stay ahead of 3rd and 4th place. They are hunting her down, and she's going to have to work hard on the board a little bit later. Heading into the first turn can now. Summer Strand is leading this under 13 girls Iron Nipper. Right. I'm going to head back into the tower so I can see what's happening with this race, but I can tell you right now from the water side, the Summer Strand is way out in lead. Summer Strand is way out in the lead, and second place, Plettenberg Bay. And I'm going to just take a look here through my binoculars. Clifton, and then it is Clifton and East London. Clifton and East London. So right now, it is Summer Strand in the lead by miles. And Plettenberg Bay just narrowly holding on to a second, but she's being hunted down by East London and Clifton. So this surf swim is carrying on. Right, coming back into the beach now. Summer Strand has opened up a massive lead on Plettenberg Bay. I want to try and get our names of our top athletes here.
Okay, over to you. Away go the youngsters. the beach. And this will be your under 13 Iron Nipper champion of 2023, Sienna Gous, riding that board in championship style. Sienna Gous up onto the beach. Put your hands together, folks, for a fantastic win. Sienna Gous of Summerstrand, your under 13 Iron Nipper.
Crossing the line there, Sienna Gous, absolute lesson in Iron Nipper. What a swim there, strong swim by her. She was going onto her board while the others were still swimming. Rania Clute-Hopkins, I think, here from Clifton, is coming in for a strong second place. Here she comes into the wave zone and about to pick up this wave. It's building up behind her. She's going to have to mind her P's and Q's here because it breaks quite quickly on that sandbank. Gets herself to the back and falls off the back. That could have cost her if it was a close one, but she's tired. I saw them transitioning. That swim was exceptionally hard back to the beach. Look at this paddle from Fishhook. Katja Balve-Olsen from Fishhook has had a remarkable paddle from almost 5th or 6th place to 3rd place now. Clute-Hopkins up and running. Here comes Clifton. Clifton around the flag and running for the finish line, but the race is now going to be for bronze. Clifton takes the 2nd place, and look at this run now across the beach. It's going to be between Plett and Fishhook. Plett and Fishhook. Plett and Fishhook. Hard run here by Plettenberg Bay. That's Hannah De Necker, and Katja Balve-Olsen is going to take the 4th place, almost pipping Plettenberg Bay into 2nd place. So Hannah De Necker, a brave race for her in 3rd place. Ariana Clute-Hopkins, hard swim to solidify 2nd place, but what a race there by Sienna Gous in 1st place. Katja Balve-Olsen just out of the medals there, even despite a strong run. So we've got a replay coming up on the live stream, and we're just going to talk our way through that, Stanford, just to see how this race went out. But, I mean, at the front of the race, it was pretty much a one story at the front. They all started together, but they weren't all together the whole time. That's about pretty much the only time that they were all together, because Sienna Gous really opened up there. Hannah De Necker tried to stay in touch, but Sienna Gous broke that elastic, and Hannah De Necker was now fighting for 2nd place from Plett. Around the cans came Sienna Gous. She had a long lead there, and here we have some images from that race. See how Sienna Gous powered away to the finish. Clute-Hopkins in 2nd and Hannah De Necker in 3rd place. See if we can catch up with the winners shortly on the live stream.
So official result there. Sienna Gous winning for Summerstrand. Ariana Clute-Hopkins in 2nd. Hannah De Necker of Plett was 3rd. Katja Balve-Olsen of Fishhook 4. Nina Vosloo of Clifton 5. Hugh Camilla of East London was 6. Riziki Machotsi of Clifton had a strong finish in 7. Katrina Horner of Pirates was 8th. Olivia Cairns of Umhlanga 9. And Lily Mae Craig of Plett came in 10th. We now go back to the beach relay and the start of another heat.
While we are waiting for the board relay to marshal, they are busy getting on the line. I'm here with our winners from the under 13 female iron nipper. I'm going to start with Sienna. Sienna, you put yourself in a very comfortable position after the swim.
Yeah, my swim was very hard, and then I turned the can and I looked behind me. I was like, this wind is pumping, and then I went onto the board and I was like, you must just give it your all now.
Well, and then it seemed like quite a comfortable win, a strong swim there, and then catching a wave, other than that just kind of sealed the deal. So well done on a great race. Hannah, in the swim there, you were fighting to stay in touch with Sienna.
Yeah, I just kind of went in the opposite direction and then I fought my way back to the beach. Yeah, and the wind was blowing a lot. Yeah.
Now, tell me, Ayana, you also had a very strong swim and you were very tired going into the board. Tell me about that last board paddle.
Well, I was pretty sad that I missed those 2 waves, but so it wasn't my best paddle, but it was okay. And it was pretty tiring because the wind was and the water was just going into my face the whole time. And yeah.
Right, so Katja caught a nice wave there and almost caught up to you. What were you thinking at this stage?
I was scared because I really wanted to get a medal because this would be my first medal. So I just really wanted to go my hardest and just say go do it. I'm sorry, give it your all and do your best.
So was that your first medal at SHF? Your first medal at SHF, give her a high five there. Well done, Ayana. Well, that was your under 13 girls iron nipper podium. A great race by them. We're going to catch up with the action here. Hopefully catch some action from the under 14 board relay. I'm sure these girls are going to be in some kind of team somewhere. So go find your team girls. We're going to watch you again in the board relay. All the action continues here on Kings Beach. Back to you, the tower there, Stanford. Tell us what's happening in the beach relay heats and what's next on the board relay. I'll try and find Don. Okay, I'm with Don. Greg?
Summerstrand A, Durban Surf B, Clifton C, Fishhook H, Durban Surf A, Llandudno D, Marine A, Big Bay A, Fishhook A, Clifton A, Plet A, Llandudno A, Fishhook D, Fishhook E, Fishhook C, Llandudno B, Fishhook B, Summerstrand G, Llandudno C, and Plet B. That's the lineup of 20 teams in the board relay, the board relay final coming up now.
Right behind me now we have the start of the last water event for the under 14 arena, the under 14 and 13. It's the mixed board relay. This is their big relay event other than the Chaplin relay. They do 3 members in a team. It's mixed, as many teams as possible, as many teams as they can enter, a club can enter. And there are some big entries here. We have our defending champions from last year in this race, which is the team from Fishhook. One of their members has tapped out to the Lifesaving ranks, but 2 of their members from last year are still in this team. So they're going to be looking to defend their title. They're not going to have it all their own way there. We've got some strong teams from Llandudno, and we've got some strong teams from Summerstrand. So that's the lay of the land currently, and they are almost under starters orders. We're going to wait for the action to start here in the mixed board relay. 3 board races around the cans, flat out. Let's see what happens in the next few minutes.
So runoff on the beach. Please folks, just remember, don't lean on the railings, on the fencing. We do not want it collapsing. It's already under strain with a strong wind.
There's no speaks down here. These guys are uber focused. We have got a lot of teams on the line wanting to put their name on the board relay trophies, or not just the trophies, but score valuable points for their club. We have our defending champions here from Fishhook. Only one of their team members from last year not here. They have moved up to the lifeguard ranks. So the 2 other team members, Samuel Mocker, Riley Clark, they're the defending champions, and they are going to want to defend this title. They're not going to have it all their own way though, because like I saw a strong paddle there from the Marine Club. The Marine Club is the club made up of, let's just see who the Marine Club is. That's Henry Harker, Jared Todd, and Matt Fossler. They're under starters orders. Stanford. Away they go, and this first leg is like a board race. The Fishhook team is going to get a good start, and Marine crew is going to want to stay right with them. Stanford, tell me what you see from the tower.
Oh, David, as they settle down, we go to the beachfront track and the 4th quarterfinal under starters orders.
Back to the board relay. Out in front of the board relay right now, it looks like Fishhook is not having it their own way completely with Marine, and it looks like Clifton right next to them, Stanford.
Well, Durban Surf are coming with an early lead. Durban Surf and Fishhook. We'll soon see them turning and going across as these gusts of wind are certainly going to cause havoc with our paddlers out there.
Fishhook now in the lead, but not having it all their own way. Look at Durban Surf on the outside. A strong paddle by Durban Surf on the outside to try and get an edge here on Fishhook. Fishhook's got the inside line, but it is anybody's guess. Nobody's got a clear advantage here. Fishhook's got a narrow lead, but anything can change in the wave zone, Stanford. Durban Surf on the outside. A big push here to try and get an edge. I got my binoculars on, I'm trying to see, but you probably got a better view than me. Marine is in there as well. That Marine team is hanging in there and they want a medal as well.
Well, Fishhook now setting the pace back to the beach. Fishhook, Durban Surf second, Marine tucked in behind, Fishhook in third. Then there's a group of three all next to each other. That's Llandudno, Big Bay, Clifton. Just behind them another Durban Surf team. And then Fishhook, Fishhook and Fishhook. So it's early days yet in the board relay. They're coming into surf zone. You can see the little wave picking up. Our leading team of Fishhook's going to possibly be joined.
All
they are by another team from Marine. So Fishhook and Marine getting a nice help at the start or the end of the first leg of the board relay. Here they come, Fishhook and Marine. Across the beach, they'll sprint.
A strong transition here, Stanford's what you're looking for. I said the Marine team wasn't going to give the Fishhook team it all their own way. And look how hard they're running across the beach. It's neck and neck. It's shoulder and shoulder. This race is on here. This race is on. Marine v Fishhook. Marine v Fishhook. Let's look at the transition. Just gets held up by the foamy there. That's Fishhook. A clean start for Marine. And a wave picking up. It's going to open up the door for Durban Surf. A clean transition for Durban Surf. Onto the board they go. Big Bay's behind, and now it's all systems go for all the other clubs. Fishhook's got a narrow lead. Marine is pushing to get onto the tail with a wave building up.
And Fishhook's just going to get through it. Marine take a beating, and Fishhook is out and paddling. There's another wave bearing down on our competitors. Fishhook will get over it clearly, but Marine could have some more work to do. They're just going to clip over that one. Durban Surf get hit again. They lose a little bit of momentum. Quite a few boards now getting washed backwards. Oh, one or two have lost boards. They've got to climb back on. This could change the race. Out in front, though, it's Fishhook lead from Marine. The two of them breaking clear.
Well, Stanford, that wave that just came through there, Marine just couldn't get the front of their board up over the top of that. That was a clear moment in that race where they could have stayed in touch. Fishhook has now opened up that lead, and I've got to say, a little wave here for them is going to seal the deal for their anchor paddler. They've got a strong board paddler in Riley Clark. This is Joe Brading, who is a handy paddler himself, also in the provincial team, and he has opened up that lead, and he is not letting his team down. He has
Durban Surf turned in third place. They're on the red board, the red skull cap. They're in third. Just behind them is Clifton in 4, Llandudno 5, Durban Surf 6, and Summerstrand in 7 on the pink board. Those are the medal contenders at the moment. But coming back to the beach with a little runner underneath them is Fishhook opening up a lead. Marine, they know all about losing a lead in this these conditions. They're paddling hard and they're still in a lonely third, but there's a whole pack of board paddlers waiting for that wave to push them forward. Here comes Fishhook now onto the little shore break. They're going to slip down the back of that one, but it'll give them enough momentum. Marine going for the swell coming past. That's a little bit too soon for them. Here comes Durban Surf with a good paddle. They're in 4.
Well, Stanford, clean shot here of Fishhook, who has opened up their lead. No way for him. He's paddled the whole way back onto the beach. A hard transition. Look at that. Making no mistakes. Running hard across the beach is Fishhook and stretching that lead. This Marine crew has now going to have to do a strong transition themselves and hope for some help from the ocean. Away goes the Fishhook anchor paddler. We saw a brilliant board paddle from him in the iron nipper. He went from 8th to 3rd place. And a wave now for the middle pack. Marine better watch out. because another Clifton team, Fisher team, Llandudno team, all in a wave together. These are valuable points for these teams, Stanford. Out in the lead, though, Fishhook has doubled that lead, and Marine is now hanging in here for a second place and going to get chased down by Clifton.
Clifton in third, but look at the pack, the chasing pack. Fishhook, Llandudno, Summerstrand, and Llandudno, all wanting a medal. So out in front, it's Fishhook with Marine second. Clifton have got all the work to do to hold on to their bronze medal position, because Summerstrand's coming hard. Durban Surf is going strong. Llandudno's right there. Fishhook and another team from Llandudno. So who's going to catch Fishhook or Clifton? But can Llandudno fall off their board? That'll push them out of that leading chasing pack. Look at this roll coming through. That's what they want when they're coming home.
Stanford, it's a clear shot here of Fishhook. They have definitely got this title pretty much sewn up, barring a major incident. Marine pretty much got the second place sewn up, and that is your top two now. But the minor positions, it's anyone's guess as to what can happen there. Right now, going around the buoy, Clifton is hanging in there just ahead of Fishhook, who is trying to push them down. But here comes the winners. This is the leading team of the board relay. This is the Fishhook team. This is the defending team. On very few occasions, Stanford, have we had a team defend their title, and Fishhook here are defending their board relay title. They won it against all odds last year, and stroking into the finish now is Riley Clark, the anchor paddler for Fishhook, to take home the board relay title.
Great paddling here by Fishhook, and they paddle themselves right onto the beach, steps up, steps off, and trots across the beach, and they've got a comfortable gold medal. Well done to our Fishhook juniors. And then we have a second place, and the Marine team paddling across to pick up the wave, moves the weight back, make sure he stays on it, pulls the nose up, and Marine will come through for a very comfortable silver. But then look at the sea. There are 4 boards, all this for a bronze medal. Oh, and 2 of them have wiped out. Durban Surf wipe out, Clifton wipe out, and the dice on for third place is between Summerstrand and Fishhook. Summerstrand and Fishhook. Who's got the best exit? There goes Summerstrand, sprinting for the flag. Summerstrand and Fishhook. Summerstrand are in for the bronze medal. Summerstrand win bronze. Fishhook coming through in 4th place. Clifton will get through for the 5th position. Llandudno running hard for 6th. Durban Surf losing out to 7th place, and 8th will go to Plet.
Brave racing there, points up for grabs here. Let's see if we can get the final positions there. The final positions for the board relay. While I go and grab an interview with the winners. Here comes Llandudno across the line. I'm going to go and grab an interview with the winners until we can see what the final positions were here for the board relay.
Right, after all that water action, we're going to go back to the sprint track for the beach sprint. The beach.
Okay, I've got 2 of the 3. We can go. All right, I'm standing here with the winners of the board relay. Sam, you guys defending your title. You've done a few laps of the podium already. I want to speak to the guy that's come into this team. It was the defending title team. Did you feel any pressure going into the last race here?
Yeah, obviously pressure's always on when we're defending the title, but hopefully I can just pull through, and it sounds like I did. So.
So here's our third member of the team. Yeah, so Joe, I mean, Sam had a tough race. He came in with a bunch of guys, so the race was all but it wasn't over yet. There was still a lot that could happen. So a lot of pressure on your shoulders there going into the second leg, but you opened up. There was a bit of a wave there. Tell us about going through that wave.
Yeah, so obviously I started and I saw the wave. I was like, okay, if I can get through this wave, I should be fine. And luckily I got through that wave, and then another wave came through, and I punched through that one, and the marine guy got hit, unfortunately. So that gave me an open gap, and I just took it and extended it.
I'm going to see if we can grab Sam here. He was our first paddler. Sam, for all intents and purposes, that first leg is a board race for you. You've had a big day out already. How did you feel going into that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the best start. I went lying down, which was probably not the best option. Then around the cans, I don't know, the Durban surf guy went kind of wide. So I cut on the inside a little bit, and then on the way back I just went as hard as I could, and because it's the last event that I can pedal in for the day, so I could just get everything out there.
And then Riley, these two in front of you just did a lot of hard work. There was maybe a little bit of pressure there, but tell us about that final board paddle.
Yeah, so definitely beforehand I wanted to regain the title from last year, and I didn't want to let down the team giving me a gap like that, so I could finish off the race and take the gold home. But yeah, it was a good race. I definitely was a bit nervous that they would catch up, but all went well.
Okay, well, you're 23 under 14 mixed board relay champions. Well done, guys. Give each other a high five there for the camera. Well done, boys. And well done to their competitors as well. There's been some great, exciting racing. We are now going to see if we can catch up with a few of the other events and leave you with some replays and some other action from the day.
Hello, you beautiful people. Now, summer holidays are finally here, and we at DHL Lifesaving SA wanted to remind you of a few water safety tips so that you can enjoy the very best summer. It's really important to always swim between the red and yellow lifeguard flags. The location of the flags changes every day, and the lifeguards assess the ocean to find the safest place for you to swim. These flags help you avoid dangerous areas such as rocks and rip currents. Here are some signals that a lifeguard might use. This means move over to your left or right. This means get out of the water. And this white flag with a black shark means there's a shark in the water. If you get into trouble, don't panic. Simply wave your hand above your head to get a lifeguard's attention, and they will immediately run into the water to assist you. Knowing how to use these hand signals will help keep you safe in the water this summer. Hello, you beautiful people. Now, summer holidays are finally here, and we at DHL Lifesaving SA wanted to remind you of a few water safety tips so that you can enjoy the very best summer. It's really important to always swim between the red and yellow lifeguard flags. The location of the flags changes every day, and the lifeguards assess the ocean to find the safest place for you to swim. These flags help you avoid dangerous areas such as rocks and rip currents. Here are some signals that a lifeguard might use. This means move over to your left or right. This means get out of the water. And this white flag with a black shark means there's a shark in the water. If you get into trouble, don't panic. Simply wave your hand above your head to get a lifeguard's attention, and they will immediately run into the water to assist you. Knowing how to use these hand signals will help keep you safe in the water this summer.
The warmth of the African sun, a welcoming smile, where the oceans sound the call to the beginning of a beautiful day. The palpable promise of collecting priceless moments, where the legendary have given their name, and the iconic lay claim to it as home. It is the beginning of the African adventure for which you've been longing, beckoning you to boundless discoveries of this place. A place where nature conspired to give you adventure, where escape in endless seas calls out to your soul, flowing with wondrous creation and dreams come alive. Where your mind's eye could never imagine the beauty to be found in the depths of the sea, or the shores of the bay where your footsteps lead to lifelong bonds, where you cast your spoons and float in sparkling waters. The sound of the air gliding against your skin as your footsteps lead you to new trails that lead to new kingdoms, where you walk with giants in the company of royalty and capture new patterns. Where there's freedom to try and chase the wind, knowing that the dunes will catch you if you fall, leading you to rivers. A source of fuel for the inventive and imaginative transit to paths of history whose rhythm tells of an electric culture that is the story of this place. A rich heritage filled with beauty and pain, strength, adversity, and resilience. A human experience full of color and tapestry that is this place. Its new smells, taste, textures, and sounds. A rhythm that opens your heart to the spontaneity, fun, and happiness for which our new normal has left us longing can be found in this place. Where the familiar and the new, from sunrise to sunset, fill the streets with life. Heartbeats of people whose warmth of spirit shines bright like stars in a warm summer's night, with arms wide open to welcome you to this place, a place where you make memories. Nelson Mandela Bay.
Lifesaving in South Africa began in 1911 when the Royal Lifesaving Society embarked on a Commonwealth outreach in response to a series of local drownings. Surfers riding the famous Durban waves would rescue bathers who fell victim to the Indian Ocean, making them the first surf lifesavers in South Africa. The first Royal Lifesaving Society Bronze Awards in South Africa were awarded in 1911, and the first South African lifesaving entity was officially established in 1913. Over the following years, as popularity of beaches and pools grew, these lifesavers formed squads to patrol on weekends to ensure the safety of the swimmers, which led to the first official surf clubs being established in Durban in 1927. Steeped in rich tradition with over a century-old legacy, and now as Lifesaving South Africa, the non-profit organization still embraces the spirit of volunteerism and continues giving back to the communities in South Africa and the African continent every single day. Lifesaving South Africa, as a founding member of the International Lifesaving Federation, leads, supports, and partners with national and international organizations committed to water safety supervision, emergency response, drowning prevention, and sport. Lifelong aquatic skills are built through participation and education programs from the age of 8, with many voluntary members becoming professional lifeguards once leaving school. More than 4,200 voluntary lifeguards contribute over 125,000 rescue service hours each year. These lifeguards volunteer on weekends and public holidays, providing safe swimming areas for the public. If paid for by the municipalities, tourism and hospitality sectors, this community contribution would be in excess of 25 million rand. Lifeguarding creates more than 3,000 professional jobs in South Africa each year, and many find employment abroad. The educational and training investment into each lifeguard over the 10 years of involvement within the association equates to more than 2,000 hours per person. Lifeguard training focuses on the prevention of emergency situations, with voluntary lifeguards performing over 2,000 rescues annually. South Africa has an annual average death by drowning rate of over 2.5 persons per 100,000 people, or more than 1,400 persons per year. Lives saved have an incalculable value to their families and communities. LSA's presence is felt across the southern African continent, having 86 plus clubs with over 8,000 registered members in South Africa, and assisting in the establishment of lifeguarding bodies within the SADC nations. LSA's inclusivity and a transformative agenda of uplifting citizens and saving lives contributes to a lifestyle and profession for anybody, from any walk of life. LSA is the national authority in the effort to prevent drowning. We work with disaster management, municipalities, hospitality and tourism, corporate partners, other NPOs and water safety programs to deliver drowning prevention initiatives in SA. Lifesaving South Africa's Water Smart program is CAPS-based for the life orientation curriculum and is aimed at children from grade R to grade 6. This educational program is presented for free in schools by lifeguard facilitators who are employed by LSA. In partnership with the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education, this knowledge has been shared with educators, enabling them to continue the program in their classes. Thanks to our corporate partners and the KZN Department of Education, the Water Smart program has reached over 350,000 learners in 2,300 schools since inception. Lifesaving as a sport is distinctive in that it has emerged as a mainstream competitive sport from the origins of simply trying to improve one's ability to save lives. What began as training to improve their skills naturally evolved into competition amongst peers. The multifaceted sport combines fun and camaraderie, skills development, participation, and high performance that caters for all ages and abilities. The sport is an integral part of a lifeguard's training and development, with competitions at regional, national, and international level taking place throughout the year. It is the culmination of all the hours and skills learned in training and on the job. Many of the events are simulated rescue events where athletes need to hone their skills to save a life. The national championships take place over 7 days in surf and pool disciplines, with over 1,500 athletes from 45 clubs taking part. From nippers aged 8 and older to the competitive junior, senior, and master athletes. The sport is the embodiment of camaraderie with possibly the most diverse collection of athletes in any sport. South Africa is a world leader in life-saving sport, having pioneered many of the events, past and present, as well as being in the top echelon of international competition rankings for decades. LSA continues to strive for excellence and pave the way forward for training and development of lifeguarding as a public service and to create job opportunities on the African continent. With the help of corporate partners and national and local government organizations, we can continue to grow through the expansion of our programs and development practices. Help us improve lives. Help us save lives.
you beautiful people. Now summer holidays are finally here and we at DHL Lifesaving SA wanted to remind you of a few water safety tips so that you can enjoy the very best summer. It's really important to always swim between the red and yellow lifeguard flags. The location of the flags changes every day and the lifeguards assess the ocean to find the safest place for you to swim. These flags help you avoid dangerous areas such as rocks and rip currents. Here are some signals that a lifeguard might use. This means move over to your left or right. This means get out of the water. And this white flag with a black shark means there's a shark in the water. If you get into trouble, don't panic. Simply wave your hand above your head to get a lifeguard's attention and they will immediately run into the water to assist you. Knowing how to use these hand signals will help keep you safe in the water this summer.
The warmth of the African sun, a welcoming smile, where the oceans sound the call to the beginning of a beautiful day. The palpable promise of collecting priceless moments, where the legendary have given their name, and the iconic lay claim to it as home. It is the beginning of the African adventure for which you've been longing, beckoning you to boundless discoveries of this place. A place where nature conspired to give you adventure, where escape in endless seas calls out to your soul, flowing with wondrous creation and dreams come alive. Where your mind's eye could never imagine the beauty to be found in the depths of the sea. All the shores of the bay where your footsteps lead to unfound wonders. where you cross doors and float in sparkles. The sound of the air gliding against your skin as your footsteps lead you to trails that lead you to the kingdom where you walk just in the company of your way and capture your life. Where there's free flying chills in the wind. Knowing that you will catch you fall. Leading to witness. A section of human movement and imagination to powerful histories whose rhythm tells of another culture that is the story of his place. A rich heritage filled with beauty and pain, strength and adversity and resilience. A human experience full of color and tapestry that is this place. Its new smells, taste, textures and sounds. A rhythm that opens your heart to the spontaneity, fun, and happiness for which our new normal has left us longing can be found in this place. Where the familiar and the new, from sunrise to sunset, fill the streets with life. Heartbeats of people whose warmth of spirit shines bright like stars in a warm summer's night. With arms wide open to welcome you to this place. A place where you make memories. Nelson Mandela Bay.
Named after former President and Nobel Peace Prize winner Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, Nelson Mandela Bay is a foothold to the African continent, offering easy access to vital and reliable logistical solutions such as transport networks via sea, road, and air. The Bay is a low-cost, secure, and connected platform into the region, Africa, and the world. Lying midway between Cape Town and Durban, Nelson Mandela Bay is home to several multinational companies and the biggest SEZ in sub-Saharan Africa, the Kuga SEZ, offering investors world-class infrastructure and access to 2 ports, including the deep water port of Ngqura. With warm, dry summers and mild winter temperatures, the Bay boasts unspoiled beaches, offering smart living, work and play, with several key sectors well positioned for investment. These are the automotive, agro-processing, light manufacturing, oceans economy, tourism, and services sectors. With world-class infrastructure and business support services, Nelson Mandela Bay is primed for investment, offering incentives such as grants and tax breaks through the Department of Trade and Industry.
Some of the advantages of investing in Nelson Mandela Bay is that you've got strong logistic links with major freeways connecting major South African cities with the Nelson Mandela Bay. You've got 2 ports within Nelson Mandela Bay. You also have Kuga Industrial Development Zone. There are also tax benefits and incentives that comes within the Special Economic Zone. You can also then get a one-stop shop of services from CDC as well.
The Bay is undoubtedly the motor manufacturing mecca of Africa and home to a vibrant and ever-growing industry which provides the basis of the region's manufacturing capacity.
Nelson Mandela Bay, without a doubt, is one of the main automotive hubs within South Africa. You've got quite a number of component suppliers within close proximity of the original equipment manufacturers, providing strong manufacturing and engineering support to the major OEMs.
The auto capital of South Africa, with 35% of the country's automotive components located here, the Bay is set to become the leading auto manufacturing base.
Lifesaving in South Africa began in 1911 when the Royal Lifesaving Society embarked on a Commonwealth
in the middle. Look at them go down to the hard sand and they disappear from view. Now going down the beach 1 kilometer to the turn flag in Narnia.
So well done to all our 9s and 10s. Their events have finished for the day, bar the shouting and the screaming at the prize giving a bit later. And the flags final. Well, unlike some of the earlier beach runs where we've seen some huge leads built up by our gold medalists, here's a whole group of runners at the front of the pack. The under 13 boys are heading back towards the DHL tower. And they are in quite a pack. So we'll let them sort themselves out as they run towards us. Flags continue in the semi-final stages and out on the beach. It's the under 13 men's beach run. Under 13 girls, the final call to be at the start line. Under 13 girls beach run, your final call to be there. It's another big entry. Wonderful to see. Well, there's a group of 4 youngsters. There's only 3 medals at stake. We're going to see someone kicking in with the afterburner and sprinting for the line. Big Bay is right up there. Fishhook is there. Landudno seemed to be fading in 4th. But here comes the closing sprint. Trying to make out the cap. It's the youngster, the white T-shirt on. It's a marine cap. Marine from Big Bay. Fishhook in third, but the dice, the final sprint. Here comes Marine. Here comes Big Bay. They've got 50 meters to go, and it's the big youngster from Marine wins gold in the under 13 beach run. Marine first, Big Bay in second, Fishhook in third. You got names coming up here? Fourth place will go to Llandudno.
Under starters orders now. Our athletes. Yes, they're up and away and they're running. They're going straight for the ring. Kings Beach here. Really showing a clean pair of heels. That is some great running by these under 11 girls. We're going to say goodbye to Big Bay there. Hannah van Heerden, great running by her as she puts on her skull cap to check herself out. Well done, Hannah. We go back to the boys and now getting to the closer to the middle stages. Lane 1, Fisher is feeling the pressure here between him and Strand. Gonna have to look for an open flag somewhere. Just getting one. And unfortunately, Big Bay picking the same flag there. Perhaps not communicating. And right now, if you are lined up next to Kings Beach, you are feeling the pressure. We say goodbye to Keegan Peril there in the boys. Up and away they go in the beach flags. Oh, a quick start there for Kings Beach and Marine. Plettenberg Bay is the victim there. Kiara Ferrara, brave running by her up until this point. We're getting down to the middle stages here. This is 2 more runs to go. 5 athletes, 4 flags. At this point, there's been nothing in it between these boys. All of them level pegging, and Summer Strand and Big Bay going shoulder to shoulder, head to head there. We're going to say goodbye to Tide Sim. Well done, Tide. Great running by you. And now, 5 girls, 4 flags. They are placing the flags. Now what they're trying to do is just get the athletes lined up directly in their lane. That's Lara Haramsa from Kings Beach. She's been very strong, as has Bianca Salmon from Umhlanga. They're under starters orders. Watch Lara Harms on the outside and Bianca Salmon in the middle from Umhlanga Rocks. Oh, some close running there. Got to say that at this stage, Lara Harms, Bianca Salmon and Sophia da Costa must be looking pretty here for a medal. Right, 1 run, 3 medals, and there's nothing in it between these two. Perhaps King Beach, Summer Strand got a bit of an edge. They're under starters orders. Let's see who's going to go up to the podium here. Stumble by Fishik is going to cost him. Unfortunately, just stumbling there on the takeoff just before getting to the podium. That's unfortunate. We're going to say goodbye to CJ Hutchinson from Fisher. Great running by him to make it all the way to the last 4. Unfortunately, not going to run for a medal, but he certainly did himself and his club proud. Right, to see who goes through to the medals. And right now, if you are lined up between Kings Beach and Marine, you're going to feel a bit of pressure. It's going to be a big run for Sophia. Right, if Sophia wants to stay in there, she needs to run hard. She runs hard, and a great run there by Georgia McKenzie from Clifton to keep herself in and ahead of Sophia da Costa. Great, brave running. She did herself and her club proud to make it through the fourth, just not being able to run for the medals there. But well done, Sophia da Costa. Right, the medals have been decided, just not the positions. Here are our top three. And I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing in it. It's been so close between these three. They're getting ready to lay the flags. Tensions are mounting here at this side of the under 11 beach flags arena. Under starters orders. Up away they go, nothing in it here. Strand getting the edge and just getting ousted there. We say goodbye to Asher van Rijk from Strand. Couldn't match the body weight there of Aaron Garrett. And a bit of a shoulder, putting him off his stride. And he takes the bronze medal in the under 11 boys flags. For the silver and gold. Up and away they go. Lara Holmes is straight away, as is Georgia McKenzie from Clifton. Saying goodbye to Bianca Salmon from Umhlanga Rocks. And going to wager a bet that this won't be the last time that these three run against each other in a flags final. Well done, Bianca Salmon. Bronze medal for you. And now for the gold medal. For the gold medal, it is between Shah Eli Kanamea and Aaron Garrett. Up and away they go, it's so close, but Shah Kanamea's got the edge on him. On his knees, gets the flag, gets the gold, pats his silver medalist on the back. Great competition there between these two. They've done it before, they did it again. Gold to Kings Beach, silver to Summerstrand, and they will do it again soon. For the gold medal. Lara and Georgia going to be running for the gold. They made their way down this track 49 times already. This will be their 50th run down the track. No, they've made it down 65 times already. For the 66th time today, under starters orders. Up and away they go for the 67th. Great start there by Georgia and Kings Beach. Lara Harmsa. Well, how about that? Georgia McKenzie just getting her hand on that flag before Lara Harmsa could. A little bit of disappointment there. Lara Harmsa grabbing the silver. Georgia McKenzie the gold. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one of the 2023 Nipper National Championships. See you inside for the prize giving. Let's make it a quick one. And what a day it has been. Well, here I am on the edge of the Beach Flags Arena. That has been a great competition so far. We are drawing to a close here at the 2023 DHL National Championships. Just watch the under 11 flags, boys and girls. Great running there by our youngsters. They did themselves and their clubs proud. And it's been a fantastic day of competition. We're going to get back to it tomorrow. Watch the highlights tonight on Facebook. Watch the highlights on YouTube. And we'll see you tomorrow for day two of the 2023 DHL Nipper Nationals.